Lord, make us instruments of your peace.
Where there is hatred, let us sow love.
Where there is injury, pardon.
Where there is doubt,
Faith. Where there is despair, hope.
Where there is darkness,
light. And where there is sadness, joy. O Divine Master,
grant that we may not so much seek
to be consoled as to console,
to be understood as to understand,
to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we receive,
it is in pardoning that we are pardoned,
and it is in dying that we are born to eternal life. Amen.
WESN.
Here is your WESN News on the Hour. I'm Naomi Macnish. Thanks for joining us. Here are the headlines. Gary Griffith urges voters to reject tribal politics. TTPS boosts election security amid threat concerns. Family of missing rig worker calls out company silence. CARICOM observers expect smooth voting process in Monday's general election. And internationally, China demands U.S. end tariffs as tensions rise. Now for the details. NTA political leader Gary Griffith is urging undecided voters to choose leaders based on character and competence, not party loyalty. At the party's final rally in Mount Lambeth, Griffith said the NTA is focused on national security and better governance. He criticized both the UNC and PNM and dismissed claims that the NTA is splitting votes. Griffith also outlined his crime-fighting plan, including an elite wolf unit and improved emergency services. With the general election just days away, Acting Police Commissioner Junior Benjamin says the TTPS is ramping up security following intelligence on possible disruptions. After meetings with CARICOM and Commonwealth observers, Benjamin assured that measures like increased police presence and joint patrols are in place, especially in marginal constituencies. The TTPS is also training officers and using tech to monitor nationwide. 4 months after the Well Services Rig 110 accident, the family of missing worker Pete Phillips says they've been left in the dark. Phillips' brother says the company promised action but has since gone silent, calling the lack of updates disgusting. The family is demanding answers, expressing concerns about emotional trauma, lack of closure, and the future of Phillips' children. Observers from the Caribbean community for next Monday's general elections say they expect no real issues arising out of the voting. Antigua and Barbuda national Ian Hughes, head of the team, held a news conference in Port of Spain early Thursday, saying they expect spirited voting and that all systems were gone given what they have been able to ascertain thus far. He told reporters members of the team would be spread across the country making their observations, taking note of the process and the conduct of voting in Monday's elections across the 41 constituencies, 39 in Trinidad and 2 in Tobago. In response to a question, Mr. Hughes said his team would want to get down to the nitty-gritty in observing the process, adding that the Commonwealth elections observers would have their own way of conducting their observations. In essence, the conduct of exercise would be more or less the same. He said his team was also meeting with a number of civil society organizations in the country to get an even better sense of what may be the issue regarding people's concerns about the conduct of elections. In this regard, he said members of his team would pay close attention to what takes place in the polling stations on election day. He said his team would seek to present an interim report on Tuesday and a more comprehensive final report within a month. Internationally, China is calling on the U.S. to drop all tariffs if it's serious about ending the trade war. Officials say there have been no negotiations despite U.S. claims. The dispute intensified after China returned Boeing planes in retaliation. Meanwhile, President Trump says he's open to talks but accused China of breaking deals and blamed it for fentanyl trafficking. Well, that's news to the hour on WESN. I'm Naomi Macnish. Thanks for watching.
For every creed and race, we must look beyond the colors. Don't miss WESN's election coverage as we break down all the results and consider the way forward to the next chapter of Trinidad and Tobago. With Dr. Shane Mohammed, Karen Nunez-Rushera, Camille A.O. Pascal, Ashraf Ali, David Abdullah, Curtis Williams, and other business leaders across Trinidad and Tobago. Hosted by veteran journalist Andy Johnson, alongside myself, Sean Michael Small. Looking beyond the colors for election 2025. Your voice, your vote, your future.
WESN.
My name is Dr. Stephen Carroll, the CEO at Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist, and we are committed to making good private health care affordable.
For all your medical needs, including dental, radiology, laparoscopy, behavioral and mental health, along with many other services, contact us for more information at 235-5479.
Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist,
where good private health care is affordable.
Pastor J, I want to get a tattoo.
You really want
to me. Respond to me how you would respond to me.
The first question I'll ask is why?
Controversial taboo topics.
We get so consumed by church, we forget that we have to live the life of being a Christian outside of the Sunday.
Like you say, we think going to a service makes us a Christian.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right. So we are about to hear the second time Pastor J wanted to take a tattoo.
Would have been late last year and early this year.
Oh gosh.
Hope Unfiltered podcast with Pastor J and Ren.
Take some time for yourself or spend some time with the family at Sandy Point Village Hotel. Enjoy our various studio and suite apartments, self-contained with their own kitchenettes and Wi-Fi. We also have our famous 100-foot swimming pool and our beachfront restaurant, The Steak and Lobster Grill. And our location in Crown Point puts us near the center of activity from the nylon pool to the local nightlife. Call us and make your reservations at 639-8533, 389-2378 or email us at sandypointvillagehotel@gmail.com.
Our award-winning show is back, and this season promises to be even more exciting than before. What's Up, Doc isn't just a title. It's a call to action for anyone who wants to improve their health and well-being. Join us on this thrilling ride towards better health on WESN Content Capital.
This is 10 Questions. I'm Andy Johnson. The distance from where we should be in the world in going forward on our commitments with climate change.
The effects of climate change that cannot be accounted for. It's called loss and damage. And we're seeing loss and damage happening so much more in this decade and the previous decade.
The principal term there was this question of the correspondent banking issues.
That is why we're trying to build capacity with this country here, Trinidad and Tobago, and other countries in the region. Man is not showing any signs of stopping or even slowing down. More than half of the forest in Trinidad is already gone.
All the plants and all the animals and all of the nice clean water and fresh air and everything had to be on this planet for humanity to have a chance.
We have small change when it comes to countries that can take decisions, and when they speak, the world listens.
The General Assembly is a very democratic forum. And Trinidad and Tobago has the same vote as Canada, in spite of the obvious difference in size.
WESN.
Good morning and welcome to AM Prime on WESN. I'm Naomi McNish.
And I am Jada McLeod.
All right, and Thanks for joining us this morning. It's Friday.
It's Friday. Yay!
We're excited for the weekend. But this morning we're starting our first conversation, getting to know your candidate. Elections are on Monday. So let's, this morning's candidate is St. Augustine. So this will be our last candidate before elections on the 28th of April, which is this Monday coming up. So getting straight into it, we're joined this morning by Daniel Maharaj, the Patriotic Front's candidate for St. Augustine. He's a fresh face in the political scene. Daniel represents a new generation of leadership under the banner of the recently launched Patriotic Front. So he will be contesting the seat currently held by Khadija Amin of the United National Congress. We'll be talking to him about his vision for St. Augustine, his reasons for entering the political arena, and what sets his approach apart as voters weigh their options in this critical race. Good morning, Mr. Maharaj, and welcome to the program. Good.
Good morning, Mr. Maharaj. How are you doing today?
Hi, good morning. I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
We're doing well. I like to kickstart these interviews by asking, how do you usually kickstart your day? What is your morning routine?
Okay, well, this morning in particular, I got up very early, and the first thing I always do is give the Lord thanks for having a fresh breath of air to be able to take in. You know, there's a lot of people I take into consideration that may not have woken up this morning. So every day that I have life, that I have health, that I have strength, that I can breathe, I give the Most High God all the praise and thanks for it. And then I get straight into my word and I develop that relationship with him. So that's every morning for me as a routine. It has become a part of my lifestyle.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Well, we just want to start. We want to start with your story, right? So who is Daniel Maharaj and what motivated you to enter politics, especially under the Patriotic Front?
Sure. Okay, well, I am Daniel Maharaj, again, the candidate for St. Augustine on the Patriotic Front. About me, a little bit about my background and myself. I grew up in a pastor's home, you know, so I was kind of born and raised in church. And throughout those years of having excellent parents, and I would say mentors, my dad being a great leader and pastor in the organizations, he instilled very, very strong values of integrity, of character, godly principles, biblical principles into my life. And with that, when I was exposed to all the communities, because we do a lot of community events, Choker Fest and fundraisers, food baskets, you know, we have done a lot over the years. And from a very young age, being exposed to all the issues that people in communities really face on a day-to-day basis, being hands-on with them, actually going and help build community houses, help build persons and renovate, you know, their places so that they can have a safe place to stay, sponsoring doors, windows. You know, my hands actually was in the soil with them, you know, and from there, I believe that the Lord fostered something in me to help people, you know, and then growing up, I've always been somebody, regardless of what it is, I try my very best to help them in whatever way I can, with whatever little I can. You know, just yesterday, I was on the road in Makoya Gardens, and I was meeting the people in that area, and the youths came out to me, and, you know, it really touched my heart. This youth actually said, "Sir, do you have anything to eat? I don't want no jersey, I don't want nothing, I just want something to eat." And it touched me. I actually took out the little bit of cash I had in my wallet and I gave it to him. So, you know, simple little things like this. And he said it meant a lot, you know. And, you know, coming from there, going into the public service now, I use that as a platform to try and elevate other people around me, to help more people. And, you know, those who know me, my friends, my family, my supporters, even throughout the years, they know that they could testify that that is a part of my character, someone who is willing to always help.
So seeing as that was your experience with the boy that would have asked you for something to eat, to help him eat, what does being a part of a humanitarian party mean to you, really quickly?
Yeah, exactly that. You know, helping people that need help, that are in need of help, and doing whatever you can to try and help, I would say, the human race. I mean, for too long we have been neglected, and it's about time we foster love back into our communities, back into our families, back into our homes.
So you're contesting a seat that is currently held by a UNC candidate. What do you think will give you an edge in this race?
I could safely say what has already given me the edge in this race is me being on the ground with the people, right? I've been to numerous communities, Bamboo 1, Bamboo 2, Bamboo 3, Page Road, Mokoya Gardens, Orpoon Gardens, and these people have expressed to me that the other candidates have just came in there with big trucks, big flags, big music, and it was literally, they said the exact words, whoosh, whoosh. I'm on the ground walking with them, hugging them, shaking their hands, greeting them, you know, doing the groundwork now. And I think that is what is giving me the advantage in representing these communities and the constituency of St. Augustine in itself.
Yeah. Well, okay, so the Patriotic Front being a new party, what do you say to constituents who are skeptical about putting their trust in a new political movement?
You know, what I can say is, you know, put your trust in God, put your trust in how your spirit feels. A constituent of my constituency expressed that same concern to me yesterday. We are a new party, yes, all that. But I showed him, I said, sir, look at where I am right now. Actually, I walked yesterday by myself with one of my colleagues from Barataria San Juan, Mr. Stefan Budram. Both of us have been helping each other out. And I mean, this is what it is about. When I expressed to him that I am willing to do this by myself, to be wet in the rain, because yesterday was a very rainy day as well, and not take into consideration the factor that I can't get sick or anything like that, just the pureness out of my heart and the love for these people and the love to actually meet them and greet them and talk to them. You know what he said? He said, Mr. Maraj, you have my support, you have my vote. I admire your courage, I admire your boldness, and I admire your strength. And that is all I have to offer, genuinely.
So I want to talk a little bit more about the youth in your constituency. What do you think at this time you can offer the youth if you get into office? What is your big offering?
Yeah, but definitely youth is my heart. I'm a youth leader and pastor as well too for some of the organizations. So youth is my strength. Definitely the number one thing that I will continue to focus on, because I'm already doing it, is mental health, mentorship, and youth development and growth in terms of the same principles and doctrines that have been passed to me. Those are the same things now. As a father, as a mentor, as a husband in itself, I try to pass the youths to my own very children. And I've seen it been effective, I've seen it been successful. And one of the things that I always tell youths is they have a next generation to bring to the table, right? And the growth, the change has to start with them, regardless of how they may feel. A lot of youths feel neglected. You know, they have no fathers, some of them have no mothers, some of them have none of the parents. And you know, God placing me in this position now to use it as a platform to reach even more youths. My intention is to ensure that I instill into them a sense of hope again, a sense of they have a future, a sense of they have people that love and care for them. And we need your support in order to help push that a little faster, you know, because, I mean, the time is really, really short, and there's so much we can do in this little space of time. So community development, I have something outlined in my manifesto for my constituency called JODS, the JODS, Job Opportunity Drives, and these things would have, I have connections with a lot of good established organizations, and they're willing to start programs to help youths to get career opportunities, to get a little bit of experience so that they could help elevate their career paths a little bit. So those are one of the biggest things that I have right now in store for them.
Seeing as you've been on the ground, walking, interacting on a one-on-one personal level with the constituents, what have been some of the, let's say, what have been the top 3 major issues that you've heard thus far that these constituents are facing?
Okay, number 1 being in the southern part of my constituency, which I would say goes all the way back from Orapun Garden straight down to Bamboo number 3. Those people in the back there, they are faced with flooding. I was in Bamboo number 2. Bamboo number 2 only has 1 water pump that controls the aspect of flooding within, even across the highway into Carigny as well too. If that pump breaks down, in layman terms, scrap will smoke the pipe, right? Their houses would be flooded above chest height in water in Bamboo there, and the water would back up straight up until Orapun, because that is a major issue. The other thing is roads. I was in Page Road, and Page Road is literally throwing big stones in holes to try and develop some height so the cars don't get stuck inside the holes, right? And in Orapun Gardens, Makoya Gardens, the youths are faced again with no opportunity to get income, to have a job. They want to work. They're outside, they're hustling water and snacks and all these little small items just to be able to survive, not even to have a comfortable lifestyle. And these are I would say, are the 3 biggest issues right now within my constituency.
Do you have any plan that have you figured out yet before getting into office how you're going to deal with it, or what route you're going to take to target these issues?
Yeah, well, coming from my background in my career, I am versatile in project management, operations and logistics, construction, project management, and even strategic planning. So I already have started developing strategically a plan in how to eradicate the flooding situation. For flooding, basically ensuring that the water courses can hold the capacity of water and to ensure that there's no blockages, right, within the water courses, to ensure that the water can flow freely, the body of water can channel through properly without there having an overspill. For the roads, we have a road and infrastructure plan already. We just need to ensure that there's proper structure, there's proper management, and that we actually stick to the plan and get the work done. And for, again, the youths and the lack of employment, well, that's the JODs that was addressed earlier on in my manifesto, that I have plans for them in the future for that. So, yeah, those are the 3 ways, basically, that that I would personally ensure that we don't waste the taxpayers' money. We ensure that we plan strategically, we don't waste resources, and we ensure that we have proper engineers on standby to ensure that the scope of work, the plan, and the phases of the project are executed and completed on a timely manner as well.
So, Mr. Maharaj, just a scenario for you. Say your campaign works and you are elected into office, but the overall party wasn't elected into governance. How do you plan to work along with the party that does get into government or form the government?
Well, I would now have an obligation, and that would be my duty to ensure that I do what I can as a member of parliament to get the issues that the citizens have addressed to me. And again, the government will have to ensure that they allocate the funds, they allocate the resources to ensure that my constituency is taken care of. I mean, I'm a person that is very accountable. I'm transparent too. So transparency and allowing people to know what is taking place from the top down, I would ensure that they know every step of the way what is transpiring, what is taking place, the status, the progress, and all these things, stakeholder engagement, communication plan, all these things I have in place to ensure that there's, again, transparency and accountability, unity and trust within my constituency.
The plan is decent, but sometimes when you get into office, the actual practicality, it's different, right? So your plan to speak with your constituents might be good, but when it comes to dealing with the actual government, there's a lot of red tape, a lot of bureaucracy involved, and honestly, the system could just be slower, lackadaisical at times. So how are you going to advocate for your constituent? Do you think you're strong enough to actually push forward or lobby for your constituency?
Yes, of course I am. I mean, not only just the government, I sure with the influence that I have, I can get a few companies to sponsor a few yards of gravel, some sand, some aggregate, crush and run, tar, get a company to probably, like Mr. Humphrey. I've learned a lot from Mr. John Humphrey. He was a man of initiative. He didn't depend on the government to get things done. He reached out to companies sponsored things for him. He got the job done. And I mean, even coming from a background where I do a lot of charity work, we take the initiative, we reach out to people that have the resources available and accessible for us, and we get the job done. I believe I don't need the government, to be honest, to be able to get certain things done. There was a resident I went to in Centenary Extension yesterday. This man has no drain. If there's even a few buckets of rain, his whole backyard is flooded. As simple as that, we can hire 10 laborers. I'm sure we can hire 10 laborers at $200 a day and get this man a proper drain. Something as simple as that an MP cannot do. I mean, there's so much things that can be done without having to utilize the resource. I mean, if there's a difficulty in accessing it from the government, I still think I could get it done regardless. That's the kind of person I am. Yeah.
And I think that's the kind of MP that most of us hope to have, but unfortunately it doesn't always happen. So I want to get your view on this. Do you believe that political loyalty is shifting with regard, among voters, especially youth, and how are you speaking to that shift in political loyalty itself? So now we're seeing various parties coming up. We have a lot of new parties in this general election, so it's not just PNM, it's not just UNC. How are you, gauging that and working with that, because people want change, right?
Yes. Okay, so for the youth, I'm talking to the youth, they really have no loyalty to any of the parties right now. What I've been seeing is that they are now starting to develop a sense of loyalty and trust to the Patriotic Front Party, because in itself there are youthful candidates that are representatives for different constituencies, and that in itself is a big, a big light for them in itself, because there's people here to represent us that can understand us because they are youthful themselves. And I believe that now, because a lot of the youths that I've spoken to, they have expressed to me that they have never voted in their life. I mean, in my constituency, just a little statistic really quickly, there is over 28,000 persons eligible to vote, registered to vote. In 2020 general elections, Ms. Khadija Amin, for the UNC, she won with a little over 11,700 votes out of the 28,000, and the PNM party won, they came in with a little under 5,000 votes, So look at that big margin, right? So 11,700 votes for the yellow party, 5,000 votes for the red party, and a huge margin of non-voters, basically. And those non-voters are the persons that have no loyalty to either or. And that is the constituents or the persons that I am trying to target right now. And most of them are realizing are the youth. The youth are not voting. We need the youth to come on track and vote for a change, vote for a difference, vote for a party and a leader that is in support of them and is willing to go the extra mile to ensure that they are heard, they are felt loved. I mean, we are a humanitarian party. Now for the elderly, the older folks, they are more secure in terms of which party they have grown up with in their households, supporting over the years. Their mommy and daddy believe in this party over that party. Now they are at a place whereby most of them, I'll say now, whereby they are really fed up as well too, and they want to change, you know. And speaking to these elderly people, they agree that now is a good time, especially to give the younger generation a chance, because they have young children as well too, and it is making a dent in our communities and it's making an impact in their lives as well.
So, go ahead.
Well, I was saying that it can also be argued that the PNM has given them a significant change with Stillian taking over as Prime Minister and some cabinet shifts. So do you think that people, because I'm asking the question because I've spoken to people before who say that that's enough change for them to do away with any other new party and, you know, bleed red or yellow is the code. So what do you say to that?
I mean, it's a valid point. Everybody has their right to choose who they want to. And I say, I mean, I agree. So there is the supporters, the strong supporters that I've faced that are diehard for their parties. And you know what I say to them at the end of the day, regardless of what happens, I would still love you. I would still be in support of you. It's not about color for me. It's not about party. It's not about race. That's not what I got into this for. Right? Just me personally. I am in it to help everyone. Creed, race, color, it doesn't matter. Party, it doesn't matter, sorry. And that is just it for me. I mean, there shouldn't be any segregation. Every creed and race find an equal place. That's in our, you know, pledge. And that's what I stand for. I'm a Trinity to the bone.
I want to talk a little bit about you specifically now. As a leader, you know, what does leadership mean to you?
The success of leadership for me is being able to impact one person at a time, right? In turn, impacting that one person, seeing them impact their family, that family in turn seeing them impact their community, that community in turn seeing that community impact the nation, and this is the overall vision and goal, and the nation of Trinidad and Tobago in particular, which we speak of, in turn impacts the entire world. And to me, that is the success of good leadership, of sound leadership. And that is what I'm trying to do right now, impacting one person at a time, one family at a time, one home at a time, community at a time, and hopefully we get the nation, and the nation gets the world.
Yeah, that's. So we wanted to ask. I know the Patriotic Front would have put out a manifesto. Yeah? Yeah. Are you able to speak a little bit on that?
Especially to the claim that you'll plan to reduce crime in 18 months?
Yes. Yes. There are 9 pillars of strength in our manifesto. And yes, one of those pillars is reducing crime in the country. And what we have realized the main cause to crime in the manifesto, and it was mentioned there, is poverty, right? The lack of unemployment. Poverty is the #1 cause. And in speaking to our political leader about even coming from a place where I've seen poverty firsthand and what it does to people and the limits that they go to ensure that they supply the needs for their families. Once we focus on the root of our problems, and you not just focus on the greenery on top. You get to the very root. The very root is poverty. We can drastically start reducing crime in our country. right? The devil has work for idle hands. If we get every person, every idle hand on board and give them an opportunity to be able to work and do something for themselves, and the youths, they want it. I have been with them, they want to work, right? But they are not given the opportunity to. And there's so much things that our country needs in terms of work, in terms of labor, that these youths can do to ensure that we keep them occupied within their very communities. And utilizing that in itself is a big asset and a resource for Trinidad and Tobago, and reducing poverty instead of we not letting them do anything, letting them suffer, and letting them go out, find a gun, and rob somebody, kill someone. I mean, I know for a fact with this plan that Ms. Pandey has within the manifesto, we can definitely make a great impact in a very, very short space of time. It doesn't take much. It really, really doesn't take much.
Mr. Maharaj, this is a little bit off topic, but I'm just intrigued. If you were to stand up in Parliament and debate, what do you think your debating style would be? How quickly do you think it will take you to get acclimated to the environment of Pekong and all of these different things?
I think it will be very... I mean, debating was never really a strength of mine because I believe I'm so genuine that people take advantage of that. And at the same time, it works in my favor because, you know, there's none of the falseness and the fakeness that comes out of me. It's just pure genuinity and wisdom. You know, I stand on wisdom when it comes to making decisions, when it comes to addressing issues, and when it comes to, again, debating a topic, a particular topic. There's some topics that doesn't need to be debated, and there's others that obviously you need to have strong points in order to know what side to take. And debating, I mean, it's something again, coming from a background of strategic planning, I'm very strategic in how I say certain things and what I do, what I get myself involved in. At the end of the day, I still have a reputation to uphold. So I don't think it would faze me that much. There are a lot of things that are grounded in me, principles and values, again, from small, and I've been exposed to a lot of things, you know, a lot of temptations, a lot of things that could have caused me to go off course and off track. And because, again, of how I was brought up, I don't think that it would stray me that much, or it wouldn't stray me at all, or faze me at all. Yeah.
If elected into office, what is one of the first things that you would want to accomplish or tackle? And I'm saying this because this is, I think we need to be accountable for something, and people have to hold you to something. So kind of putting you on the spot here, the first thing, yeah.
Well, that's an easy question you gave me because I'm already doing it. I'm already engaging communities, participating in community events, and mentoring the youths. You know, I am being invited to Easter. Well, last Easter I got invited to an event in Orpoon Gardens. There's another one coming up shortly in Makoya Gardens, and the youth leaders and the community leaders in these communities, they love me. Again, I express that they love me. They take my numbers, and they have been calling me, they have been messaging me, they have been staying abreast with me throughout the way. So I'm already sticking out with them. And you know, it's some communities, most communities that I've been with the community leaders, I told them, to be honest with you guys, because I love all this so much, whether I get into power or not, I go be here for all you. And that's one of the things that really, really leaves a great impact on them. And I'm a man to my word. And they see that now as well, too, regardless of how busy I am in my campaign. I make time to hear them. I make time to reach out to them. When they reach out to me, I miss their calls, I return their calls later on in the day. They love that. They love somebody like that. And they say it all the time. I am in support of you. I'm in support of you. So, you know, that's, yeah.
Yeah, but even on that, the community engagement, are you the type of person where, and I'm given that you live in the community, right? Yeah, can they just like come to your front door and be like, Mr. Maharaj, X, Y, and Z? Are you that type of open or boundaries?
No, I have boundaries when it comes to time, but not when it comes to my work. So even at my office, they come to my office all the time, located at the corner of McEnroy and Jackson Street in Kirep. And they sit down, they talk, some of them come in there, you know, just to vent. And I'm open to it all, you know. I mean, yeah, coming from that background, I always hear people come to me. They like coming to me to vent and talk, communicate. I mean, that's where I come from.
So what is, seeing how St. Augustine is now, how would you like to leave St. Augustine after the 5 years, if elected?
I definitely like to see upgrades to the drains and the roads. I will leave St. Augustine with upgrades to their drains, their roads, upgrades to the community centers, and definitely have a nice relationship and collaboration going on with all the communities, have some community competitions, you know, with each other, foster that kind of relationship and growth, you know, and I hope that they maintain it. I hope that they really truly maintain it.
All right. Okay. So as we're sort of kind of winding down for the interview, what actually no, family life. How are you, is your family prepared for the level of scrutiny that comes with being in the public eye?
Yes, they are prepared, and I am prepared as well. You know, they would always have the negative factors. There would always be things that people would say to you even throughout the years, you know, especially helping communities and stuff like that. There will always be people that would have something bad to say. What we do is we love them still, regardless. You know, I've been cursed on the road. You know, there's a so-and-so stronghold, there's a this stronghold. And I know I might always respond, number one response is, brother, that's okay, I love you still. No problem, that's okay, I love you still. And they can't respond to that. Really and truly. Once you tell someone you love them, what can they really say? And it has been effective even before coming into politics. I've used that strategy on people. And again, it's not something to insult them, it's something I genuinely mean. And people can't tell when you're genuine about something and when you're just being, you know, crazy about it. And I am genuinely in love with people. So yeah, it's easy for me.
So even on that, because you do tend to have a general like love disposition, do you have any words for your potential predecessor?
I would say, again, coming from this background, Christ gave his life for us, right? Don't be selfish about anything. Be selfless in all the things that you do. Anytime you start to become selfish, I realize that there's always problems, especially with dealing with relationships, we're dealing with people. Selfishness is a form of negative energy, as you would put it. Selfless.
All right, so we're just having some technical difficulties there. I think we would have lost Mr. Maharaj. The last question we wanted to ask him was for him to just leave some words for his potential constituency. Because he's left, we're just going to take a short break, and when we come right back, we will jump into the next part of our show. Stay with us.
Do you need treatment for obesity or any related abdominal procedures? The community hospital now offers minimally invasive laparoscopic surgery done by an American-trained, board-certified surgeon with over 20 years experience.
Sorry, apologies there.
At 235-5479 for more information.
The Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist,
where good private health care is affordable.
FanZone, your reliable, authentic supplier, has just gotten better. You can now visit our website www.fanzonett.com for your authentic wear and collectibles. The only place where you can use both your Visa debit and credit cards. Visit our website fanzonett.com to make your purchase today.
Every word, every line, every paragraph depicts a real moment in someone's life. a father, a sister, a mother, a brother. We at Newsday are dedicated to you, the people, and through independent, unwavering journalism, strive to always bring your stories to life. Because your stories are more than just words. Newsday, independent and credible.
Take some time for yourself or spend some time with the family at Sandy Point Village Hotel. Enjoy our various studio and suite apartments, self-contained with their own kitchenettes and Wi-Fi. We also have our famous 100-foot swimming pool and our beachfront restaurant, the Steak and Lobster Grill. And our location in Crown Point puts us near the center of activity from the nylon pool to the local nightlife. Call us and make your reservations at 639-8533, 389-2378 or email us at sandypointvillagehotel@gmail.com.
Knowing how to tell authentic is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Find it, match it, search it. Step 1. Find the style number on the tag. Step 2. Match the style number inside the jersey with the number on the tag. Step 3. Search it. A quick Google search of the style number will verify the jersey is authentic when the search results match the jersey being searched. Don't be fooled by counterfeit jerseys. Before you buy, remember to find it, match it, search it.
Fan Zone, 2 locations nationwide. Center City Mall, Chaguanas and Movietown, Port of Spain. Nationwide delivery available.
All right, so we got Mr. Maharaj back on the Zoom. So we have a few more questions that we wanted to ask Mr. Maharaj. So in terms of political, you're new on the scene, right? You're new in the political space. Do you have any political influencers or that you look up to? Anybody that have already been here in the political space that you would like to mirror in terms of your style, in terms of, you know, the type of leader that you like to be in this space?
Yeah, definitely Mr. John Humphrey. Really, really excellent man and person in itself. You know, I already see a lot of qualities and values that I have that we have in similar. You know, I also know Mr. Winston Dukaran pretty well as well, and he's also an excellent man, very, very knowledgeable in political affairs and affairs of the country. And, you know, there are a few others that are giving me a little bit of help and support, some mentorship in terms of the political era. And
sorry, this could be locally or internationally, yeah?
Yeah. Well, I mostly have local.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have any much international that I can speak of. I have a few influencers there who they have a lot of knowledge in politics, so I could call upon them in the event that I need assistance with my campaigns. I have done that too. You know, there have been campaign managers for the other parties that have been advising me. Persons who have knowledge and expertise in the elections and boundaries process. So, you know, I have a really good support in when it comes to the political era, the run-ins of a government, and even being a member of parliament, what to expect, what to look out for. And it gives me a very good sense of hope for my future, seeing that I have this support, and I can only thank God for it, because I think He ordained it even before it happened. So now that it happened, I'm in a place whereby it's prepared for me already, and yeah.
So should you not win this time around, what are your plans for continuance? Do you have a larger long-term plan for political presence?
Yes, of course. I intend to continue to meet with the youths, engage with them, play some football, play some cricket. You know, I come from a background of good sportsmanship as well too, you know, and continue to be there for them. You know, I look at it, I have children coming up too, young children. I gonna do all I can to ensure that they have a safe future as well too. If I feel like my future is at risk, I think that because of what God has allowed me to face and go through, that I can make an impact and make a difference. And as long as I live, I would try my best to do that, to try my best to leave a legacy behind, whereby people can know Mr. Maharaj for sir. Most of my youth call me sir, you know, for being somebody to really help them and show them that there is people out there that care about them, that love them, and there is a sense of hope. And if I can do that and leave the same principles and values that my parents have left in me and helped me to develop the character and the person and the man that I am now, I don't think it's too late to do the same for everyone else and as much people as possible. And I truly, truly know that once this happens, you know, we can have a better Trinidad, we can have a better place, we can have a safer country. And we need the support of the people to do it. I can't do all this work on my own and by myself. I need your help, I need your support, and I truly, truly will be willing to work with you around the clock to ensure that we execute the vision and the goal and the plan. You know?
So, a fun question I tend to ask when we're coming down to the end is, if you were an animal, what animal would you be?
That's a really good question. I haven't thought about that, but I would like to be probably the king of the jungle.
So a lion.
The lion.
Yes, the lion. Yeah.
It's weird because a lot of people come on and they say a lion. Yeah. But you know, a lion actually leaves the lioness to go hunt. I mean, they protect, yes, but they leave the lioness to go hunt.
Correct.
All right. So just in the last 30 seconds or so, wrap up a message to maybe somebody who may be sitting on the fence, not too sure yet, but you are an option. Wrap up. How would you convince them to cast their ballot for you?
Yes. I would say to you, undecided voter, your vote matters. You matter. Your impact. And that just on the 28th of April, you know, you have the power for your future at your hands, at your fingertip, your very fingertip, right? So on 28th of April, I would say vote for the heart, vote for the patriotic front. And if you're in my constituency, vote for me, Daniel Maharaj. You know, I hope that what I have said does leave an impact to those that are listening. I thank you for listening. I thank you for this opportunity in itself, and you can hold me accountable for what I said here today, right? And again, Wesn, thank you for this. I really, really appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you for taking the time and joining us on the program this morning. We really appreciate it. And
Yes,
hearing what you had
thank
to
you.
say.
Appreciate it as well. Thank you so much.
Of course. So enjoy the rest of your day and stay safe, and we wish you all the best come April 28th for the general elections.
Thank you. You as well. Have a blessed day.
Same to you.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right. So we are going to once again take a really quick break. When we come back, we're continuing with the show. We have a very, very insightful and exciting conversation coming up next. So stay tuned for that. We'll be right back.
Do you need treatment for obesity or any related abdominal procedures? The community hospital now offers minimally invasive laparoscopic surgery done by an American-trained, board-certified surgeon with over 20 years experience. Give us a call at 235-5479 for more information.
The Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist,
where good private health care is affordable.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Knowing how to tell authentic is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Find it, match it, search it. Step 1. Find the style number on the tag.
of media.
Step 2,
media
match the
interaction.
style number inside the jersey with the number
So,
on
we're
the
supposed
tag.
to be, I'm supposed to be on your side there.
Step 3, search it.
Right.
A
I
quick
know,
Google
things
search of the style number will verify the jersey is authentic when the search results match the jersey being searched. Don't be fooled by counterfeit jerseys. Before you buy, remember to find it, match it, search it.
Fan Zone, 2 locations nationwide. Center City Mall, Chaguanas and Movietown, Port of Spain. Nationwide delivery available.
The best for your baby is at thebesttoys.com. From the best strollers, car seats, baby carriers, high chairs, booster seats, rockers, jumpers and bouncers, walkers, baby blankets, feeding accessories, bathtubs. Visit us in-store at Forces Flagship McLean. Shop online now at thebesttoys.com. Order via call or WhatsApp at 332-BABY. And remember, we have the best toys at the best prices.
All right, welcome back to the program this morning. So, as the nation moves closer to the general elections, the role of the media becomes even more crucial. How we report, what we report, and the standards we uphold during this time can either strengthen or erode democracy. So joining us this morning is Mr. Wesley Gibbings. He's a journalist and media trainer. He covered numerous Caribbean elections, served as Commonwealth Observer in Sierra Leone in 2023, co-editor of Handbook on Elections for Caribbean Journalists, founding president of the Association of Caribbean Media Workers, and also current VP of the Media Institute of the Caribbean. So this morning, we'll unpack the critical responsibility that media professionals bear during elections, from fair reporting to misinformation, media ethics, and the ever-growing influence of social media. So what does it truly mean for the media to be a watchdog, and how can we better uphold the standards that the public depends on? Good morning, Mr. Gibbings. Welcome to the program.
Hi, good morning. Good to be here.
Thank you for joining us. Mr. Gibbings, we're going to start broad. What would you say is the core responsibility of the media during an election season?
Okay, I want to focus on the journalism part of it as separate and distinct from broad media functions. I think that at election time, we really require the best possible journalism. And that is so because it has been proven that there is a direct link between media performance and the acceptability of electoral outcomes. There is this very direct relationship between how the media are able to interpret what is being offered by the various contestants and to present a picture of the reality on the ground, and the willingness of people to engage in the process. So if there is a lack of confidence, for example, you're going to find more people withdrawing or absenting themselves from the process. If there is a skewing of the reality, you will find that kind of what we call cognitive dissonance among the population, the voting population, which would lead to outcomes that are not always desirable. People will probably be suspicious of the process, and therefore not trust it. And if you go into an election in that way as an electorate, then you're aiming at trouble.
So in that regard, what would you say are the most common pitfalls journalists fall into during an election cycle?
One of the more fundamental ones comes with my personal dictum when it comes to journalists and politics, which is that the most insignificant value that you can insert into your journalism is your personal opinion. Your personal opinion on how things are in the country and where you live and so on is the least important opinion on the landscape. It is true that we are citizens and we live here. So there will be views, some of them very, very strong personal views on what's happening in our neighborhood, what's happening in the community, what's happening nationally, because we live here and we are all affected by it. But our feelings about it, we need to find ways of reducing that in terms of the levels of importance. What is important is what people think about the situation and the fact that you have a role in presenting to them the facts and the truth about their realities so that they'll be able to make advised and informed decisions regarding their selection of candidates, their selection, the parties of their preference, the programs of their preference, which is another thing, because election campaigns do not always serve as the best possible conduit for conveying information about the solutions to the problems that we have. And the media, in a sense, needs to be able to pull attention away from the fluff and the noise that comes from the campaigns and present to people what are the real choices they need to make.
So how can journalists ensure that they are serving the public interest instead of political interest when it seems that big media isn't really all that independent all the time?
Yeah, that's why I made a distinction between the media as an industry and journalists as functionaries within the media landscape. Because let's face it, the media industry comprises business enterprises with economic financial interests. So you'll find that the people who are behind it, the owners and managers, would have an interest in ensuring that it remains, that particular enterprise remains afloat and financially viable. And the temptations are very strong there when it comes to the degree to which you would compromise some of the principles, the underlying principles of journalism in order to stay afloat. Because for some media enterprises, particularly now, it's a survival game. Many of them are unsure how long they're going to stick around. And so therefore, the owners and managers would have an interest in ensuring that they stay afloat. Now that sometimes comes into conflict with the work of journalists, because the journalists are there to tell the truth about our reality, which would also would have an offensive kind of flavor when it comes to advertisers, when it comes to various sources of revenue. So there is that internal dynamic and that internal conflict. But in terms of the journalists themselves, I think that one of the most treasonous things that can happen is for journalists to promote their own preference as part of the work that they do. That to me, as I said at the start, this occasion calls for the very best possible journalism, with all of the guiding principles of fairness, truth, balance, and permitting all actors in the space to have a say in what is happening and the decision-making process.
I'm personally always worried when I come on here and I have to speak about a candidate or a party, as I don't want to sound biased myself. So how can a young journalist like myself hold candidates and parties accountable without seeming like I'm leaning too left or too right or too either way?
Finding that balance.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's little you can do to influence perceptions about how you do your work. Because if you challenge a candidate or a party operative, it is very easy for them and their supporters to interpret your challenge, and hopefully you're challenging them in a strong and disciplined manner sometimes that's interpreted as attacking them. So there will be an ensuing perception, well, here, maybe you're biased because why are you coming so hard? You know, I've done programs such as this before on your end of it, and I had that kind of feedback because one of the things that I was committed to is ensuring that people don't get away with nonsense and blatant lies. And so the onus is on us to be as informed as possible on the various subject matters.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons behind the publication of the handbook that we produced, I think it was about 10 or 12 years ago, and probably requires some updating, which is to ensure that journalists in the campaign space and the political space have a sound understanding of all the processes that are involved. And I think one of the comments I've made about current coverage here and in the rest of the region, because this year we have up to 9 elections in the Caribbean.
Yeah.
We've already had 4, is that too often we do not pay attention to all of the factors, all of the components, all of the elements of an election. An election is not a single event. It is a process. And it is a process that spans election periods. So the election 2025 actually began in 2020 in Trinidad and Tobago. And the process that occurred between 2020 and 2025, which would include things such as the registration of electors, the internal work of the Election and Boundaries Commission regarding the demarcation of boundaries, and all of the things that go along with that. And if you follow some of the parliamentary debates, sometimes the politicians hint at it, but the politicians are there to seek advantage. They're not there necessarily to, they don't necessarily see their roles as educational, to let people know that these are important processes that occur before election day. Then there's the election day itself. And there are several processes that are involved. Journalists need to understand what happens on what exactly happens on election day, beyond the fact that you'll have lines of people entering polling stations. There are different things that occur. What happens in terms of the handling of ballot boxes? What happens with respect to the people who are within the polling stations, the EBC agents, the agents of the various parties? What happens during the course of the day? What happens when the time ends? Our regulation here is that the voting would end at 6 p.m., but there is allowance for people who are already in the line awaiting their turn to vote. So we need to pay attention to these things and to be aware that this goes beyond people in a line going in and putting a ballot in the box. Then, very importantly, what happens after? So the voting ends, what happens to that box? What happens to the EBC functionaries within the polling stations? What happens to the party agents? What are their roles? And all of that. And let me just back up a little bit, because there were some issues raised with respect to special electors. Now, I think that we could have done a better job in terms of before that occurred, whatever happened, to educate people as to the processes regarding special electors. Who are the people who qualify to be special electors? What is the process with respect to the preparation of ballots, the location of ballot boxes, and what happens once those ballots are gathered and sealed in those boxes? And I think if the public had an understanding of this through us, because the parties are not doing, the parties are out there for self-interest. So you'll see a lot of commentary on the process without necessarily getting into the details of what is supposed to happen as opposed to what has happened. So those are the things.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So a journalist's primary job, on that primary job, is to, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, but to contribute to a more informed society. How do you think that we can, because a lot of things people don't know. So what are the steps that a journalist can take right now, at least, to do that?
Yeah. There are a lot of things that people don't know, and there are a lot of things that we don't know as a professional community. So the first duty, and it's never too late to jump on that in terms of being informed. The first duty is for yourself to be fully informed as to the processes, what is required, what does the law say. All journalists at this time ought to have read the Representation of the People's Act. They ought to have looked at the record of elections. All of that information is there. The EBC, I have on my hard drive here, election results from 1956 come right up to 2020, and the local government and the THA elections. Because when you read this thing, the Representation of the People Act should be something you have at your command.
Yes.
Now, even at this stage, because the pre-election period is not yet ended, but it's very close to coming to an end. What have been, for example, what have been the traditional practices? For example, the political parties no longer hold their major rallies the day before the election. At one time, you would see these huge election rallies on a Sunday, the Sunday before. And there was a decision taken. It's a matter of convention. It's not a rule or a law or anything like that. Unless the police make a conscious decision. And their role is very important as well. But some of the things we need to keep an eye on now would have to do with the behavior of the various political parties. We would need to pay attention to the polling stations. Where are the polling stations? I would say, as a general comment, and as you said in the introduction, I've covered elections throughout the Caribbean and in West Africa and Sierra Leone. One of the areas of concern that often arises is the condition of the various polling stations and their location. In Trinidad and Tobago, it's not too much of an issue, though it sometimes arises when there are changes. So there are many people who will come to you and say, well, you know, I'm accustomed to voting at the school right down the road. And now because they haven't been paying attention, but we need to be paying attention on their behalf. They may find that polling station has changed. The location of the way the polling stations are arranged, you have people in alphabetical order. So they look for their names. I remember from the Sierra Leone experience, where you had a high level of illiteracy, which is not our situation here, but it was instructive, that there are many people who are known as Joe Brown. Everybody knows the guy as Joe and so on. and Joe Brown turns up at the station and is looking under B, but Joe's real name is Ali.
Yes.
So those kinds of things happen, you know. Not everybody is very diligent. The parties they play a role. They do play a role in terms of advising people on these things, because they have a vested interest in ensuring that, especially if they consider that you're supportive of them, they'll make sure that you know where to go. But not everybody has that kind of guidance. The condition of the polling station, what happens inside, you know, there is a perimeter outside of which we as media workers are not permitted to enter to do apart from being voters. So you go to vote and you make your observations in the polling station, and you're free to report what you have seen in there, but the cameras are not allowed, and certainly you're not allowed, if you're not in the line of electors, you're not allowed to go in there with your recorder and so on. So those are things on the election day that you need to consider. What some stations do, the broadcasters in particular, is that they ensure that people are spread out as widely as possible, to ensure that you have coverage not only in the urban areas, because there are things that occur in the rural districts that are sometimes interesting. You're paying attention to the weather, and the weather became topical, I think, in the election of 2015, when you had stormy weather, and there was a decision taken to extend the voting hours. What does the representation of people say about that? If at the time journalists were aware of those conditions, what is permitted and what is not permitted, then they could have asked some of those questions, and it would not have arisen as a long-standing political issue to be invoked conveniently by different politicians.
Yeah.
It's important to understand that.
I want to get your take on journalists who accept assignments or jobs with political campaigns during the election season. Is that ethical, or is there a red line there?
Oh, yeah. That's absolutely prohibited. Totally, absolutely prohibited. I know it happens.
Yeah.
It is prohibited, and I was remarking to some colleagues recently, it's a dismissible offense. If, as far as I'm concerned, it is a dismissible offense. And there is this quote-unquote trick of saying, okay, I'm going to take leave of absence for my job. No, your job is as a journalist. One of the things that this profession does not permit is professional schizophrenia. So in your quote-unquote private life, you're this, and in your professional life, you're that. In journalism, that kind of, I use the word schizophrenia because it's a malady. It is something that is not permitted. It should not be allowed. It should not be permitted. Because your job now, so you've done that, right? You work the campaign for somebody. You say, okay, I took leave of absence, and therefore I'm taking my camera and my recorder, and I'm doing quote-unquote coverage on their behalf. What happens after the election? And your editor assigns you to a press conference with the opposing party, the party that you against whom you helped campaign. What happens to your credibility? What happens to your personal view, which is what I said ought to be as far in the back. It's not totally you can't totally forget how you feel. Most likely you've gone and you've voted, and if you go and you vote, it means that you have expressed a political preference. But you need to find a way to put that as low down the totem pole as possible. So, I'm not an advocate, or I'm not somebody who believes that this issue of political objectivity is an absolute possibility. But all other professions face the same dilemma. If a doctor has to operate, the doctor would have a political view, and it has happened here in the past. The doctor would be well known politically, maybe even openly active, and the patient that comes in is a supporter of the other party, a high-profile supporter of the other party. Is that person permitted to express through their professional performance their preference, or is it a danger?
It is a danger. But have you ever experienced any sort of how would you say, any sort of pushback from political entities or from advertisers, anything like that, in your coverage of the elections ever?
Yeah, well, from the politicians, yes, because the thing is that if you're doing your job professionally and you are attempting to tell the stories as they are, without the intervention of your own personal preference or without the intervention of the preferences of others, they're always going to accuse you of being biased and having a favorite, a horse in the race. So yes, in my personal life, I have been accused of that. I've been called names, insulted, and so on. But what has reassured me that maybe I'm doing it right is that all concerned, regardless of political color, have done that. So it means that maybe I'm doing something right, because if this party says, oh, I think you support the other party, while the other party is also cussing you, maybe you're doing something right. Because the process of journalism will earn you people who are not necessarily enemies, but who don't like you, or who would prefer that you don't practice your journalism in a particular way. So yes, to answer your question, yes, that has happened to me before. My name has been called from the political campaign and in Parliament in a very insulting way.
Yeah, and I think that happens mostly when your views don't align with like that a particular political party. They'll say, well, no, you're just being biased. Yeah.
Well, not your views, is because, as I said, what you're producing shouldn't represent your views. But you're representing the views of others, and
what you're
there is a
reporting.
belief that if you're reporting somebody saying something that's negative against somebody else, that you're on their side. But one of the principles of good journalism is fairness and balance. So if there's another side of the story, then you need to seek that out.
Yeah.
And if possible, present it simultaneously, so that you don't go ahead. And this happens in campaigns too, because of the news cycles and the fact that we are so challenged by social media. There is a race to the line. Everybody is racing to the line to get that information out. And in the process, what happens is that you take everything to that finish line, which is your deadline time, or the post on social media, or the dispatch you've made to your media house. And what happens is you take, because there's this rush, you just grab the entire bag and you take it to the line. And when the bag is open, there's a lot of garbage in there. And some of it, garbage that's actionable in a court of law, so you need to be careful about defamation.
Yes.
And there's defamation is routinized in our political campaigning. It's any political meeting by any party, and you see many of them reaching either very close to the line of defamation or crossing that line. And we as journalists don't get away by saying, well, it's not me saying it, but that guy said it, because it's actionable against you and your media enterprise as well.
Yes.
And so you don't get away with it by saying, well, candidate X said that and it wasn't me. I'm simply saying what he said.
Mr. Gibbons, can you speak to the importance of self-regulation and accountability when it comes in politically charged environments? So let's say a journalist who's reporting on election night.
Yeah, that, I was speaking with friends, because I've done the election night reporting thing numerous times, and I tried to resist it this year, but I wasn't able to get away. That is a very, very, very important role to play. And you need to exercise a level of judgment that is extraordinary in our circumstances, in terms of the way our society operates. Because we are human beings too. And as I said, we have feelings. And we have to find a way to remain professional throughout the strong feelings we might have about what has happened. So yes, there is a level of and I like the fact that you've used self-regulation as opposed to self-censorship, because there is also a way of omitting information in order to protect others or in order to attack others. And that's not what we're here for. And again, as you raise the issue of the election day and election night reporting, I think you also need to remember that particularly with elections, there's a tomorrow. And the tomorrow is not just the day after. The tomorrow follows a path that's 5 years long. And that's when I started, I said that this is a process and not a single event, that election 2025 is not effectively going to end until 2030. 2030 or before, because the flavor of 2025 and some of the things that will happen will carry over into 2030, including remnants of our conduct as journalists.
So actually, I wanted to just shift the conversation here a little bit. I was in a class last night, and we were sort of exploring just how easy it is to trick people into believing something that isn't true, especially on social media and the proliferation of artificial intelligence. So what role do journalists play in that sense, in sifting through information?
That's a very, very good question. And it raises two issues in my mind, and probably more than that. These are just my thoughts, which is that we in traditional, quote unquote, legacy media continue to play what I describe as a validating role. So people are seeing all kinds of things out there in social media, all manner of. But you know, if push comes to shove and they consider survival issues to be a part of what they are consuming, they turn to us to validate that information that concerns them. They still do. I know there's a lot of bad press about the legacy media, but people still do that. If you think about it, if somebody has to make an important decision in their lives regarding their professional future, their vocation, their children, their property, the future of things in their family and their communities, they are not going to be very reckless with that.
Indeed.
So yes, they are going to consume what they come across on social media, but they will turn to us to have that pillar, what they consider to be some sort of pillar of understanding of what they're facing. That's point number one. So that point number two means that places a very, very heavy burden on us, because if they're going to turn to us for validation of all this wildness that they're experiencing on social media, it means that we need to be tuned into those processes. So at the Media Institute, you see the logo in the back there, we're paying close attention to generative artificial intelligence, AI, because it's one of those new developments that's adding to the environment of misinformation and disinformation that we currently are living under in today's world. And it's not just us, it's a global phenomenon. Misinformation meaning basically innocently communicated lies or untruths or information that's not correct, as opposed to disinformation, which is very, very active and very pervasive at this time, at election time. And we as journalists, if we don't understand what are the processes involved in terms of manipulating information, then we are going to be unable to present to our audiences the sound information that they need to make these important decisions.
So should journalists be trained to spot AI? Is that something that we should be looking into?
Yeah, in fact, we have actually done some of that, and we're going to be doing more. In fact, at the end of May, we're having a Caribbean Media Summit in Guyana, and that's one of the headline big issues that we're going to be discussing. Last year in Jamaica, we did a media summit looking specifically at AI and what are some of the regulatory requirements. I don't favor official regulation of this thing. I think that as far as possible, we need to keep regulation out of the game, because, in part because it's an anachronism. I mean, how are you going to regulate online content coming from jurisdictions way far away from here and so on? But that's one difficulty. But we need to be more on the ball when it comes to that. In some instances, AI is used in media production legitimately. It's used by journalists for research. And it's valid, so there is validity. It's not this big evil specter that's over the media space, but it does pose some challenges.
Yeah, I imagine that's what makes it really controversial. Yeah. So there's no harsh accreditation to become a journalist. There's a saying that anybody can be a journalist nowadays. What makes a journalist credible, especially around this time?
Wow, look at that question. Yeah, that's the question of the century. No, the thing is, now because of the nature of what we do, that we generally do not insist in the media industry on specific academic qualifications. Though as a media employer, you may impose that kind of requirement that you need to have specific qualifications in journalism, in the practice of journalism. Now, one of the reasons behind a lack of insistence on that, because unlike the doctors and the lawyers and the engineers, I mean, you can't function as a medical doctor without the
license,
due training, and then you need to be licensed and registered and so on. And we basically avoid that kind of situation because who is doing this accreditation / registration / licensing?
Yeah.
It's invariably an official authority. It might be, and we are not opposed to that, it might be that the profession has its accreditation processes to accredit journalists. Even that can be touch and go. By the way, in terms of the single market and the free movement of media workers, that's how it works. Basically, there's a requirement that the media industry in your country recognizes you as a journalist. And that to me is the ideal situation. The thing though is that there is a problem, there is a potential problem if we put journalists through the same regulatory framework. Because you do face the prospect of coming up against officialdom. So they may not like you. We were talking earlier, there's some people who feel that you don't like them, and therefore they don't like you, and they turn out to be a minister of information or a prime minister or somebody, and they're the ones controlling this body that's accrediting you. So we kind of, and there's also some jurisprudence on this. There was a case that went before the Inter-American Court on Human Rights regarding the accreditation of I think it was an Argentinian journalist in Costa Rica, and they denied his accreditation in Costa Rica on the grounds that he did not have a specific university degree, and the ruling of the court was that that should not be a hindrance to his practice as a journalist. So there is some, it's challengeable if a government within the inter-American system, such as ours, decides that they're going to impose a framework that requires specific. I think it's desirable, but it should not be a requirement.
So how can a journalism community maintain a relationship of trust with the public?
I love these questions, which might not be a good thing. But okay. Yeah, for one, I think we need to build stronger fraternal organizations. We have the Media Association of Trinidad and Tobago, which I'm a former president myself. I think more journalists need to sign on to MAT and to ensure that it becomes a stronger organization and more effective at promoting the cause of journalists, not only rights, but in terms of responsibilities, the training issues and so on. You also have the Trinidad and Tobago Publishers and Broadcasters Association, which plays a very big role in terms of the training of media practitioners. I think perhaps they need to do some more work in terms of strengthening the activities of media leaders, because I think that media leadership is an issue we need to pay greater attention to in our country. Throughout the Caribbean, there is a kind of leadership deficit when it comes to media enterprises. And part of the leader deficit, you asked a question earlier about conflicts of interest and financial interests. And part of leadership is the ability to manage that dynamic. The fact that you need to survive financially while at the same time operate an enterprise, run a company, because you need to make money to survive, to pay people and to remain viable, while at the same time, and building a framework where truth can be presented. And I think, I happen to believe that, okay, if there's a heavy reliance on advertising dollars, then I think advertisers would be attracted to the more credible media institutions. That's the theory. It might not be the case, but I think it's something for media leaders to consider.
Yeah. What can you say, I mean, staying on topic of Jada's question, with regard to journalistic accreditation, what would you say to journalists versus social media bloggers or social media influencers or people on social media who kind of do the job of a journalist, but they don't have the proper background or education to claim the title of a journalist?
Yeah. You see, in the social media space, I think that there are numerous and different types of creatures. There are people who perform genuinely journalistic functions, but are not working or professional journalists. There are people who are there to generate entertainment, and they don't particularly care. There's no particular commitment to truth or to balance or to fairness, or all of that. And there are people who are there for purposes of disinformation, propagandists. The thing, though, is that social media is a space that's performing functions that have always existed. Back in the day, you had the pamphleteers, and the two of you probably haven't been around long enough to remember some of these people. And they published these pamphlets, and the pamphlets would have propaganda of different types, and they would be distributing it out on the street and so on. I mean, we actually had, there's some really famous ones. Somebody probably should do a book if one doesn't already exist, about these pamphleteers. But their role really was propagandistic. They weren't journalists. Then you also had party organs. So the various political parties had their own newspapers. The OWTU had its own newspaper. The PNM had a newspaper. So you had these things, and they were producing content that sort of resembled journalism, but what was not particularly journalistic. Now all of that has moved to the social media space, because what you find is that they're reaching more people, and because the social media space is multimedia, it's not static print. It's not a pamphlet that's printed forever permanently on this piece of paper, and you read it and you discard it or you do whatever it is. It remains permanently in the social media space, and it also exists there in different forms. So you can have audio, video, text, you can have moving graphics and so on in the social media space. So you have all of this happening. And you asked about the essential distinctions. I think that once media audiences get to understand that there are critical differences, and media and information literacy campaigns are concern themselves with this distinction. And it's a very important distinction. I think that there are two main distinctions. One is that most of these people operating in the social media space casually are not doing it on a professional basis. We are paid for the work that we do, and this is our livelihood. And as I said, okay, the moonlighting for political parties and for advertising agencies and so on is something that ought to be discouraged, but it happens. But by and large, most of us, this is how we earn our living, through the practice of journalism. That's not the case with the social media players. And the other important distinction is that we consider ourselves to have a professional obligation to abide by the founding principles of journalism, to be fair, to be balanced, to be truthful, to tell the whole story as opposed to a part of the story. And if you surveyed a lot of the people who are operating in the social media space, casually or for other reasons, you ask them those questions, if they think they have an obligation, a professional obligation, something that they've signed on to and they consider to be part of the work that they do, to be fair and to be balanced and to be truthful, if you survey them and they answer you truthfully, they probably won't be in too much agreement with some of those principles.
Yeah. I think with regards to social media persons who kind of do the job of a journalist, they, like you said, their obligation is not necessarily to the people to speak truth and to uphold a certain standard, because I mean, social media influencers, that's their job in a sense. They work on social media. They do get paid on social media, and that's their focus. That's their main priority. This is how I make my living. Whereas a journalist would more have, they have an obligation to the people, to citizens, and they do have a certain level of integrity that they need to uphold. Yeah. But so really quickly, because we do have to begin wrapping up, but I wanted to touch on the public's role and responsibility, right? So what role does the public play in holding us journalists accountable? And I'm coming back to election season, so during elections.
Oh yeah, I think the public, and let's look at the public as consumers of media content. There is a level of responsibility on their part as well. And again, the whole framework of media and information literacy highlights that, which is that there is a role for media consumers, the consumers of media content, to hold media practitioners to account for the work that they do. Now, the public, quote unquote, public or the media audiences need, in order to do that, they need a level of understanding of what is required of journalists and the media space. And that is not always the case, and therefore judgments are made regarding our performance that are not always well informed by information regarding how media work. So there is a huge responsibility. There's a huge responsibility for organized civil society, for example. The various interest groups that have their causes need to play a role in terms of helping the people who adhere to their cause to understand what media are there for and what is their place in the scheme of things. And in a very large degree, to see how they can contribute to improvements in media content by being a part of it. And at the Media Institute, we have done quite a lot of work in terms of civil society players and ensuring that they understand, because they would usually approach media to say, well, folks, you're not paying attention to us. You need to pay more attention to us because this, that, and the other. And that is fair enough, and that is excellent. And more of that needs to happen. That they come and they say, listen, you are not paying attention to us. What we are doing is important in highlighting rights and in highlighting some of the things that are happening in our society. We need to pay greater attention to. And then we, in return, need to tell, yes, we embrace that. And in the process, you find ways of ensuring that at the end of that process, they understand more about how media work. And if that happens, and it's going to be something that will take some time because we're not there, by no means are we there yet, you'll find that there will be a better relationship between public media audiences and the work that media do, holding each other to account.
So do you think citizens in Trinidad and Tobago specifically understand the power they have, not just at the polls, but in shaping media standards by what they choose to consume and what they choose to share?
Well, I think it's a work in progress. I think that there have been improvements. I don't take a dim view of the current generation. I think that the younger folks have a realistic grasp on what's happening. I think you need to look at it in a kind of generational sense. It's not always a popular view of mine, but it's my view that it's because as somebody, I have great hope for the young people of today. I think they have a better, a more sound understanding of the world in its entirety. They have a better grasp on what's happening in the world. They understand the social media space much better than the old stagers. They use it, and by using it, they have a much better understanding of it. So I think that there is room. Of course, again, you need leadership in all of this. You need leadership in the media space. You need leadership in the civil society space to ensure that the knowledge that's being acquired and the practices that are being, the disciplines that are being developed by the young people of today are employed in the best possible manner. Again, I'm anti-regulation. I don't think that there should be any law dictating this or any regulation that's coercing people into certain practices. I think that it can happen that with increased knowledge and understanding that we will get there without any kind of coercive measures being seen necessary. But as for me, I'm pretty confident that in terms of quote-unquote public engagement or the engagement of media audiences with media standards, I am hopeful about that. It's not a popular view, but that's my view.
And then I could appreciate that. But really quickly, just to bring it all together, what's one thing you hope journalists across the board will do better this time around, this time elections?
I think they need to pay greater attention to the details. The details matter. And this, the generalistic kind of approach to coverage of elections, it's good because you need to paint the full picture. But we need to pay attention to the details. Read the representation of the People's Act. Get an understanding of the mandate of the EBC. There's a lot, there's no shortage of information on how it functions, what it's there for.
Yes.
And that way we'll be reporting concerns about it a little bit differently as far as I'm concerned. Get to understand how the political parties operate. And most of all, arrive at an understanding that an election is not a single event. It is not an event. You say, okay, it's like a fire or a robbery or something, and you go and you report, and it's a process.
Before we close, so that was for the journalists. I want to ask now, what advice would you give to voters who rely on social media as their main source of election information, and how can they tell what's credible and what's not? So.
Well, that's a tough one. The thing, though, is that what you have is that in social media operates in echo chambers.
Yes.
So you will find that the social media content that's being consumed by electors would tend to be those social media spaces with whose opinions they agree. So there's already that alignment. The task is really to get them to pay attention to a broader spectrum of output. So if I had a word of advice, even at this late hour, is to, yes, we know you'll be paying attention to the party of your particular preference more than you would the other contestants. I think that my advice would be to try to pay attention to what the others are saying, because yes, there is this echo chamber effect that kicks in, and people tending to congregate in spaces where they feel more comfortable online. And so you're going to be hearing the same thing over and over. Broaden your horizon. Start following the other party on social media. Other people who are saying there are other players in the game as well who are not particularly aligned to political parties, but they're saying things about how the society is operating. Whatever the thing might be, violent crime, it might be state of the economy. There are other people who are saying things. Pay attention to a broader spectrum of people who are producing content.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Givings, and we appreciate you joining us on the program this morning. I know this is not normal for you to be on that side of the interview, but we appreciate your participation.
And I appreciate the questions asked and the engagement really very much. All the best.
Thank you. Same to you.
Have a beautiful day.
You too.
All right, so that ends off our show for today. Happy Friday, everyone, and a great weekend to all of you. Yes. Remember to live your life with purpose and with intention. And as usual, we have a quote to leave with you to propel your day into greatness. This one is by the author, the poet, and fittingly, a journalist, Donald L. Hicks. It reads, "A day is a day. It's just a measurement of time. Whether it's a good day or a bad day is up to you. It's all a matter of perception."
Love that. And so go out there and make the most of your day. And remember to, come Monday, August 28th, election day, so go out and vote and make it your duty to be the change, you know.
Spend these last 2 days to inform yourselves as much as you can, and then go out on Monday. And
as Mr. Gibbons said, you know, take time, follow the other parties. It may not be, you know, your preference, but follow them and see what they have to say as well, so that you can make the best decision possible for your future. So
remember that you can always find us on YouTube, Facebook, or on our website, where you can leave your comments to engage with us, and maybe your comments can be featured on AM Prime. Let's connect as always.
Stay safe, stay inspired, and we'll see you back here again on Monday.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
WESN.
Do you need treatment for obesity or any related abdominal procedures? The community hospital now offers minimally invasive laparoscopic surgery done by an American-trained, board-certified surgeon with over 20 years' experience.
Give us a call at 235-5479
for more information.
The Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist,
where good private health care is affordable. Knowing how to tell authentic is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Find it, match it, search it. Step 1. Find the style number on the tag. Step 2. Match the style number inside the jersey with the number on the tag. Step 3. Search it. A quick Google search of the style number will verify the jersey is authentic when the search results match the jersey being searched. Don't be fooled by counterfeit jerseys. Before you buy, remember to find it, match it, search it.
Fan Zone, 2 locations nationwide. Center City Mall, Chaguanas, and Movietown, Port of Spain. Nationwide delivery available.
Our award-winning show is back, and this season promises to be even more exciting than before. What's Up, Doc isn't just a title, it's a call to action for anyone who wants to improve their health and well-being. Join us on this thrilling ride towards better health on WESN Content Capital.
This is Face of Sports, WESN Content Capital. How you felt about the kiss on the lip?
That's the business. I'm nothing to do with that.
I find that was distasteful.
The national senior team, whether you like it or not, that is the model for all other teams to follow.
I'm assuming that the regional requirement may be a much stricter requirement.
This is not about Pro League and Super League. This is a league run by the Normalization Committee that I'm responsible for.
Nobody expected FIFA to fund this arrangement.
If we don't get a professional attitude towards this, we are doomed for failure.
You break the balance, trip the leg, control the body.
They ain't gonna stand put forever.
Why you want the Chiefs to lose so? Why you want the Chiefs to lose so?
They already have two. Lamar
Why?
have.
You're jealous because you know the Chiefs getting closer to the Patriots. Let's go to the last part.
No,
let's go to the last part.
The home of Caribbean content is growing, and we welcome you to be a part of the #1 platform for young personalities who are driven to make a positive impact in society. As we continue to reach every corner of Trinidad and Tobago through our daily broadcasts, our social media pages, or through our 75+ digital billboards across the nation, contact us to learn about our competitive rates via marketing at wesncc.com or call us at 628-5835. WESN Content Capital, television with a difference.
Here is your WESN News on the Hour. I'm Naomi Maknish. Thanks for joining us. Here are the headlines. Gary Griffith urges voters to reject tribal politics. TTPS boosts election security amid threat concerns. Family of missing rig worker calls out company silence. CARICOM observers expect smooth voting process in Monday's general election. And internationally, China demands U.S. end tariffs as tensions rise. Now for the details. NTA political leader Gary Griffith is urging undecided voters to choose leaders based on character and competence, not party loyalty. At the party's final rally in Mount Lambeth, Griffith said the NTA is focused on national security and better governance. He criticized both the UNC and PNM and dismissed claims that the NTA is splitting votes. Griffith also outlined his crime-fighting plan, including an elite wolf unit and improved emergency services. With the general election just days away, Acting Police Commissioner Junior Benjamin says the TTPS is ramping up security following intelligence on possible disruptions. After meetings with CARICOM and Commonwealth observers, Benjamin assured that measures like increased police presence and joint patrols are in place, especially in marginal constituencies. The TTPS is also training officers and using tech to monitor nationwide. 4 months after the Well Services Rig 110 accident, the family of missing worker Pete Phillips says they've been left in the dark. Phillips' brother says the company promised action but has since gone silent, calling the lack of updates disgusting. The family is demanding answers, expressing concerns about emotional trauma, lack of closure, and the future of Phillips' children. Observers from the Caribbean community for next Monday's general elections say they expect no real issues arising out of the voting. Antigua and Barbuda national Ian Hughes, head of the team, held a news conference in Port of Spain early Thursday, saying they expect spirited voting and that all systems were gone given what they have been able to ascertain thus far. He told reporters members of the team would be spread across the country making their observations, taking note of the process and the conduct of voting in Monday's elections across the 41 constituencies, 39 in Trinidad and 2 in Tobago. In response to a question, Mr. Hughes said his team would want to get down to the nitty-gritty in observing the process, adding that the Commonwealth elections observers would have their own way of conducting their observations. In essence, the conduct of exercise would be more or less the same. He said his team was also meeting with a number of civil society organizations in the country to get an even better sense of what may be the issue regarding people's concerns about the conduct of elections. In this regard, he said members of his team would pay close attention to what takes place in the polling stations on election day. He said his team would seek to present an interim report on Tuesday and a more comprehensive final report within a month. Internationally, China is calling on the U.S. to drop all tariffs if it's serious about ending the trade war. Officials say there have been no negotiations despite U.S. claims. The dispute intensified after China returned Boeing planes in retaliation. Meanwhile, President Trump says he's open to talks but accused China of breaking deals and blamed it for fentanyl trafficking. Well, that's news to the hour on WESN. I'm Naomi McNish. Thanks for watching.
WESN.
Hi, I'm Claudette, radiographer at the radiology departments at the community hospital. We offer high-quality service with state-of-the-art equipment in X-ray, ultrasound, CT, and mammogram. Come, our friendly staff awaits you.
Give us a call at 235-5479.
The Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist,
where good private health care is affordable.
Knowing how to tell authentic is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Find it, match it, search it. Step 1. Find the style number on the tag. Step 2. Match the style number inside the jersey with the number on the tag. Step 3. Search it. A quick Google search of the style number will verify the jersey is authentic when the search results match the jersey being searched. Don't be fooled by counterfeit jerseys. Before you buy, remember to find it, match it, search it.
Fan Zone, 2 locations nationwide. Center City Mall, Chaguanas and Movie Town, Port of Spain. Nationwide delivery available. SM Group International Limited, your solutions partner for the latest innovations, brands and competent staff to meet your needs. We provide products and services in the following divisions: executive services, event rental and services, power and heavy equipment, construction and property management, food and beverage, aggregate and sales and distribution. Check out more on our products and services at www.smgrouptt.com. Contact us at 221-7445 or email at info@smgrouptt.com. We are SM Group International, your solutions partner.
The best for your baby is at thebesttoys.com. From the best strollers, car seats, baby carriers, high chairs, booster seats, rockers, jumpers and bouncers, walkers, baby blankets, feeding accessories, bathtubs. Visit us in store at Forces Flagship McLean. Shop online now at thebesttoys.com. Order via call or WhatsApp at 332-BABY. And remember, we have the best toys at the best prices.
WESN.
The Friday before a general election, the weekend before a general election. General election time, the first general election since COVID. And one of the crossroad points, I won't say the crossroads or a crossroads, one of. You know, we've had several of these milestones over our nation's young history, no pun intended. But the question remains, what will our future course be? Because I do think, in some ways, it will be very different depending on who's selected and if any third parties get a vote and if the TPP wins the 2 seats or 1 seat or none. On some level, it will be very different. But on another level, it won't be that different. That's one of the interesting things where a lot of the issues between the parties when there's a transfer of power, some of the core issues remain the same, even though the flavor and the details might differ. Of course, one of the big questions is the PNM viewed as less corrupt? And how much weight will that sentiment continue to carry, given the perception issue of being a two-term incumbent? So, it's the Friday before general election, which happens on Monday. And there is a report that the Patriotic Front has finally put out a manifesto. Now, I already look at manifestos with a grain of salt because, to me, while I understand you need something marketable to the general public and it can't be, you know, a 25,000-word document that's going to take forever to read through, the flip side is you do need to know how to, A, put together something that's comprehensive and detailed and well thought out, streamlined, how to present it in an efficient manner so people get the overall general sentiment, the overall general vision of what you're trying to accomplish, get the bullet points, yes, up front, but then have the details to back it up. So if I want to know, I might not want to know anything except what is the details to deal with crime. Well, I could look that up further on in the document. But all we get is a summary. We don't get details in many cases to back up what it is they're saying. Because part of the reasons why you want the details is in order to try to answer that question that the UNC can't answer. And seemingly the PNM is on its way to also having that question to answer. More on that in a bit. How are you going to afford all of these things? How are you going to afford not to cut certain things? How are you going to afford not to fix certain things, but yet pay out certain things? And cut the things that you claim to want to cut, and increase the things you claim you want to increase. So the Patriotic Front comes with a manifesto the Friday before general election. And this is my issue. I understand that there are people that like Michaela Pandey, but we need to understand one word could probably describe her 2025 general election campaign very, 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 it might not be elegantly, but it will be very succinctly, late. That's basically the descriptor of her campaign, late. I would have loved that she started the process sooner. I would have loved that she put out her manifesto definitely a lot sooner. In fact, arguably, she could have even put out like the first draft of the manifesto even before she got all of her candidates. Because arguably, one would hope, no pun intended, that the vision that she has to lead her to form a party would be something that the various candidates would support anyway. So it's not like she's pro something extreme and everybody's like, nah, we can't support that. I don't know. Why is it so late? It's very hard, and this is my major complaint with regards to most third parties. The exceptions would be the COP, because I believe they had a good ground game or an organic ground game, even though their first election they won no seats, but they set themselves up for the second election and they were willing to stay in it for the long haul. But when you come in Johnny come lately last minute, which is better than some other third parties we've had in recent memory, which basically were failures to launch, how is the public going to have any confidence in you? And then, of course, I guess the big question is, given the inability to put any long-term effort into this campaign, how are we going to be confident that after this election, where we assume you're not going to be prime minister, that's a fair assumption to make, will your party be able to sustain itself for 5 years to get into the next election cycle? Because really and truly, a lot of the groundwork being laid now, it's too late for this general election. What about the next one? But that's in 5 years, unless something crazy happens. Speaking about late, one of the things that I find interesting, that I don't know to what extent this is an indicator of anything or not, but there have been 3 trade unions that settled wage negotiations with the government and basically took 5%. I'm not too sure of the last one. It was said what the rates were. This is the third trade union, the Contractors and General Workers Trade Union. Although the periods are not all the same, from what I understand. TUTA was the first, the Amalgamated Workers Union was the second, right? Both of those unions agreed to the 5% offer. So I'm not entirely sure what the rate is or what the details of the negotiations for salary increases or contract adjustments. But apparently they dealt with several outstanding matters for 2 periods, 2014 to 2016 and 2017 to 2019. So it could be different rates or different salaries negotiated for those 2 periods. And arguably, they might have been a bit late compared to some of the other unions, which, like the Amalgamated Workers Union, they agreed for a 5% offer for 2020 to 2022 in this period of negotiations. They did the 2014 to 19 last go-around, which would have been like a year ago or more. Same thing for TUTA, they did 2020 to 2023. So I don't know to what extent the CGWTU, because they were negotiating for a much later period, so they're kind of trying to catch up. Who knows what the terms are? But there wasn't a lot of fuss made about it back and forth in the papers and the government wicked and that. And ironically, here's the thing. These unions accepted, at least the Amalgamated Workers and TUTA, 5% after the SRC recommendations, essentially, after that whole situation. So it's interesting. Why would they sign these deals now? You have big union leaders, head of the PSA, you have head of the OWTU, basically campaigning for the UNC, saying, we're going to start at 10%. And these unions are like, nah, we'll take our 5 now. It's a very interesting question as to what is going on behind the scenes. Listen, some of you might know. I don't know. I don't follow unions, and I'm not in tune with them. I read the papers like the next guy. But it seems as though not all labor is completely buying what the campaign trail is selling. That if the UNC wins, you'll get 10%. Or more, because that's what starting at 10% means. What do they know that we don't know? Are these union leaders being a bit more responsible for their membership? Because one of the things I do wonder is, and we'll get to the question later, and hopefully I'll remember to bring this up then, all of these campaign promises might require a cut in expenditure somewhere else. Are they thinking we need to secure our salary increases now because it might be harder later on, whether it's the PNM or the UNC or anybody else? Because the UNC is probably offering more things or promising more things. So, of course, the question for them is greater. But the PNM potentially are falling into that trap too, where they're like, let's just promise what we could promise. We'll sort out the details of what we can actually do once we win the election, once we win, quote unquote, the election. I'm not saying that they will win. I'm just saying that's the mindset. So that's interesting to me. It's interesting to me. Not a lot of fuss, not a lot of muss. I'll say this. I think the head of tutor, he's shown it's more than just salary increases, which I think is a very important thing, because the teachers need to be advocates for some of the issues in the education sector, in part because it affects their work environment and the standards of their job and the responsibilities of their job. So they need to engage more than just, oh, we money, which they have been doing, and I very much appreciate that. Because they're a stakeholder in the education system as well. That's how they make their living. So one would imagine a responsible stakeholder would want to see the situation improve so they would be under less stress, to be honest. And potentially, if job performance and results increase, they can negotiate for even more compensation. Don't know if the market could bear it, but that's a whole other kettle of fish. One of the things we need to remember, as much as I don't necessarily think that we could just release the Treasury to increase salaries for different unions that the government has to negotiate with, there is a real practical concern of cost of living going up in the near future with regards to how the various trade situations, given all of the American tariffs, how will that all settle, especially with Canada, Europe, to some degree Mexico, China, because who do we import from? We import from America, we import from China, we import from Canada, Europe, but especially from America. So anything that'll upset their economy, same thing for China, anything that upsets the economy, it might be very indirect, but it could still affect us. Now, moving on to things that I find, well, let me not get ahead of ourselves. So the latest NACTA poll, there's no clear frontrunner. The margin of difference between the parties is essentially within the margin of error. So NACTA, the new poll, is basically saying it's too close to call. The UNC apparently might have a slight edge over the PNM in overall popular vote, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything because of the electoral college system, and no, that doesn't mean to me it's a sign that we need to go to the popular vote, because what will happen then is, to some extent, you'll just have a different problem, right? And you'll have an issue where more populated areas, they'll stop campaigning for the rural areas to some degree. They'll just campaign in the high, dense populated areas, and they'll just pay attention to the highly densely populated areas, and they'll stop campaigning for the rural areas and for the lesser populated areas. In fact, Tobago's political situation will be much worse off if it was one man, one vote, I do believe. I could be wrong, though, right? But it's too close to call, which, again, I find is very interesting. And it's a testament, one, to the fact that the UNC just did not really position itself as good as it could have, despite the fact that they've had such a relatively good political campaign, right? With regards to their messaging, their propaganda, their jingles, and certain aspects of their political strategy or their campaign strategy. Not so much with regards to the strategy on how they're formulating policies and presenting it to the public. But, you know, at the end of the day, when you see when everybody wins is a very catchy tune. Now the PNM is fighting back against that, and I think they finally figured out this week, again, late, but they figured out a jingle. I don't know if it'll hit on the same level, but I guess They've taken inspiration, I believe, from Super Blue. That's what it sounds like to me, with their latest jingle, Stuarty. And I do wonder if that's a mistake, though, because I did say the Vote Kamala campaign that the incumbent partnership government, not UNC government, tried to use as their main focus for their 2015 re-election. That was not a good idea. I don't know to what extent. It's not as though the PNM have a coalition. And obviously, one of the big things with this election is basically it's going to be a consensus on the leadership of Stuart Young, which is slightly unfair because we haven't actually seen him as a leader in that role yet. We have to wait and see. But PNM is fighting back despite, well, we'll get to the despite in a second. A former member of the UNC, he thinks the PNM is going to win. I don't necessarily know why. Hold on, I think I closed down that. Devan Maraj, he predicted the PNM will win 22-19. I find that's interesting because that basically, if that's the actual result, the assumption will be, I don't know if he's making any, if he's given any consideration to the TPP, and if he's just lumping them in with 17 UNC seats, or if it's 19 UNC seats and 22 PNM seats, or crazy enough, if it's 20 PNM seats with the TPP going with the PNM. I doubt that one, right? So I think he used AI. I'm not entirely sure if I would agree utilizing artificial intelligence to make calculations. Regardless, that's just to tell you how close it is. And the fact that both parties are flawed. The problem is, at least for the UNC, the PNM's flaws are just natural being a two-term incumbent. Well, some of them, right? I would argue they've had more issues that are self-inflicted gunshot wounds that weren't necessary. But unforced errors on their part has contributed to them actually being worse off than they should be. Meanwhile, the UNC, who should be in an advantage, their uninspiring efforts, their political campaigning is much more impressive than their work as an opposition, in my opinion, in a very generalized sense. So what does this all mean? Because we essentially just, everybody is trying to cram for this final exam within 5 weeks, as opposed to building it over the long term, doing the work week after week for several months to a year. It'll be very interesting because history will then probably judge the decision to call the election for April 28th, utilizing hindsight, which might not be fair, but it's probably going to happen whether it works out for Stuart Young or not, right? It's going to be a hell of a thing. Yeah. And it's just one of those things where it's a smart decision if he wins, it's a dumb decision if he loses, and to some extent, that means that how we perceive it might be overblown. Now, speaking about unforced errors, one of the daily newspapers said that reports that Stuart Young apparently boasted his government was leaving office without any major corruption allegations against it. There's a part of me that wishes I was doing a show like John Oliver at this very moment, because you could probably do a lot with that statement. I mean, AV drilling, what happened with Brent Thomas, and the Auditor General situation. Because at the end of the day, it's not that someone stole the $2.6 to $3 billion. It's just not accounted for the auditor of the nation's accounts to be satisfied. It's not that they didn't have the ability to potentially show the Auditor General how the mistake happened, to prove to her at a satisfactory level how the mistake took place, how the error with the electronic checking or whatever happened. They outright, by some reports, refused to allow her to see. What the hell does that mean? This is the Auditor General. This is not no Jane Public or political activist for the opposition or random unknown criminal that might be engaging in fraud. This is the Auditor General. She doesn't have the right to see certain pieces of equipment and technology that the central bank is using when she's auditing the nation's accounts. yes, the problem is the Auditor General situation was not just a stain on Carmen Imbert, Reginald Amor, and the PNM, and Dr. Keith Rowley's administration. It's a stain. Let's be real. But it also potentially implies, or rather it implies potential corruption. So the fact that Stuart Young could try and say with us, I guess because maybe there's nothing before the court, that's why he's saying it. But there's a lot of accusations that all politicians throw out there that never really make it before the court, or whatever is before the court. It's so meaningless at the end of the day. Are we ever going to really see any sort of legal justification of the meritless fiasco? That arguably is a certain amount of corruption as well. Not all corruption is just thief and money. Corruption could also mean utilizing the power of government to do unfair practices and cheating the country out of good governance, or a good commissioner of police, if you think Gary Griffith was a good commissioner of police. So there's a part of me that kind of just wants to laugh at that statement. There's another statement I really want to laugh at. Apparently David Lee had his Captain Phillips moment when he said on a political platform and directed this comment to Stuart Young that he is the real Chinese. So I guess he is like, I'm the Chinese now. I don't know why you would want to go there, because at the end of the day, we've had other Chinese MPs, but here we have someone who is the political leader of one of the two major parties of the country, neither of which has, I believe, a tradition of a Chinese political leader. Yes, Stuart Young is half Chinese, so I guess, you know, he's saying, I'm the real Chinese. Well, if you want to go there, that is going in a direction that the word begins with R and ends with T, and I'll leave it at that. If you want to be, you know, want to make this a debate about racial purity for who could take the claim of having the kudos of being Chinese in Trinidad politics. So on one hand, the principle behind the statement, whether it could be unintentional, he could have meant something totally different, this could have never been in his mind, but the principle behind the statement that the statement implies gets very serious and very not good. But let's go to what probably was the intention, being a little bit of a joke, being sarcastic and throwing a jab at Stuart Young's way. Well, it's kind of ridiculous as well, because it literally has nothing to do with the merits of the politics in the situation. If we want to talk about the racial divide of the politics, Stuart Young is a political leader, you, sir, are not. So the roles that you play are not the same, so to compare you two and your careers is not necessarily the correct thing to do. Not saying that you're a bad MP or a good MP, accusations of whatever, that has nothing to do with it. It's just that you're all on different career paths, you all are doing different jobs, you all have very different reputations, so the comparison is apple to oranges. I don't get it. Who is the real Chinese? If that's what people care about, I think we are in a much bigger dunghole than I could have imagined. Alan Roberts labeled Dinesh Rambali a Judas for attending a PNM meeting. All I will say is this: the most important thing for politicians and political organizations is not the ability to work, it's not patriotism to your country, it's not integrity, it's not objectivity, it's not intelligence, it's not compassion, it's not courage, it's loyalty. Not even to the party. It's loyalty to the people in charge of the party in the moment. That's the only thing that counts. It's not too dissimilar to political officers of communist countries who don't care about job performance, who don't care about independent thinking and taking initiative to solve problems, who don't care about standing up at times against your peers if necessary because it's the right thing. Not saying that Dinesh Rambali did the right thing or not. I'm just saying there's no room for that here, because the only thing that matters is political loyalty to these people. Who are these people? It's reasonable to say most, but not all politicians. And I'll leave you to decide who counts in that number. ex-UNC MP Rai Ragbeer, I believe, is not decided on its political future. He is considering joining PNM. It'll be interesting to see if they actually accept them or not. Whatever they said in the past, I think at one point they didn't want them, at one point they said welcome. That's besides the point. To some extent, I do think the PNM should consider it, but it's one of those things where it's not as straightforward as you would think, right? At the end of the day, the debate, and this is part of the problem, and why what you do matters, how you set yourself up and your brand, your history. Because that's, to be fair, Dinesh Rambali, from what I saw, was a much smarter debater than some of the other UNC diehard loyalists in Parliament, where he didn't necessarily make it as obvious that he's attacking, even if he always, whatever he said to criticize government, always, to some extent, made sense to me. So it didn't seem as personal and as foolish and stupid as some of his peers. That's one thing that the PNM in Parliament did a little bit better than UNC. They were careful what they said in Parliament, unless they were putting out some baseless accusation that we have no actual evidence in the public to back up that claim. But that's a whole other point. But my main thing is, you're standing against your party because you say that there's a problem and you want to have integrity. But you stood with them in the past, and you stood with them bad talking the other side who you potentially now want to jump to. If you were someone who criticized the PNM in an objective and constructive way, and it can be seen and argued that it was objective or constructive, in the sense that I don't want to loyalists to the people who have said, no, they were objective. No. It has to be something that is easily enough seen. It's hard to describe. We don't have much time to get into the semantics of it. But if it was a case where your brand was someone who could prove, when I speak with an objective nature. I don't just follow the party line with the bubble and include the bubble in my debates. And I criticize the government on what is worthy of criticism, not just the foolishness to score cheap points with the base. To some extent, if you wanted to then jump ship and work with the people that you were formerly opposed, you could at least tell them, listen, I never took out personal attacks on you, I never insulted you, and I never attacked your policies unfairly. So you best know that if you take me, you're taking someone with integrity. Can Dinesh Rambali and Rai Ragbeer say that? I don't know. I don't know the full extent of their track record for the last 5 years to say. Although I will say this, it's not as though they have said things that have annoyed or bothered me, unlike some of their peers. So we'll see how their careers shape up. Now, gone on for a bit, but I want to go straight into today's daily review. No time for a break. Let's go. Yeah, given the amount of politics, it was almost like if I had a daily review before the daily review. But anyway, this main story I've been sitting on for a while, and it's one that I think is very pertinent to say now on the last show, the last political heavy show before the election, because Monday we'll be limited in what we could comment locally as the election is going on, the day of the election. So basically, the whole point is promises are being made. Will promises be kept? Right? Now, Vishnu Dampal, he has questioned it with regards to the UNC promises of massive wage hikes for public servants, among other things. And this is obvious questions I think a lot of people have. It's not just the PNM Minister of Finance. I mean, you take that with a grain of salt. He's the opposition to the UNC, right? He's the opposing guy. But first of all, let me address this. I think it was last night, Kevin Ramnarine tried to basically say Vishnu Dampal is criticizing the UNC and their time in the energy sector and how they spent the money from the energy sector and the revenues, while Vishnu Dampal, the Minister of Finance, was the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Finance under the partnership at the time. So he's saying, why is Vishnu Dampal criticizing the partnership and how they spent the money? He was the PS. Couldn't he have recommended anything or done anything to change policy? And here's the thing. When Kevin Ramnarine speaks about energy and he's on the shows in the last 5 years and his objective, I'm cool with that. Nothing he said on this show, for the most part, I could disagree with. But what I can't disagree with was his attempt to kind of defend his party against Vishnu Dampal's criticism on the partnership's expenditure when he was the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Finance. Because at the end of the day, the Permanent Secretary does not decide policy. Vishnu Dampal had no authority in the partnership government. I can understand people say, well, he was there too. But no, that's not how it works. And there was nothing. Kevin Ramnarine had his Dave Tanku moment where he was trying to answer someone's criticisms of the partnership, but he didn't actually answer the criticisms. He just said, well, he was there too, so how could he say that? He can't say that because, look, we had a permanent secretary, I think it was a finance, that tried, or I believe it was the finance permanent secretary, tried to tell then Minister of Finance, Common, we don't have enough money for these salary increases. And they just moved him, and they went ahead with the exercise anyway. Now, I don't know who was in the wrong because I guess they found the money. Did they find the money responsible or not? I have no idea. Right? I don't think we know exactly how they got the money to do the wage increases or the back pay payments that they wanted to pay that Christmas. It was 2 Decembers ago, if my memory is correct. Permanent secretaries don't have authority. Yes, you can't fire them. You could just move them to somewhere else. You could take an engineer, move him out of works and transports or public utilities and put him in something like education or put him in something like agriculture or communications or tourism, something that the allocations and the importance to the cabinet of the day is not as high, and essentially you fire him. He's not fired, he's still collecting his salary, but essentially it's like, now we don't want you in an important role anymore because you are not politically reliable, so you got to go. Vishnu Dampal being there has nothing to do with the partnership's decision and their expenditure. And then he went on to say, oh, well, how they spend the money was legal. The question was not if the money expenditure was legal or not, you know. Very little of what governments do in this country is illegal. Yes, there's some corruption, but a lot of the issues we have is not the illegal stuff. A lot of it is legal decisions that are just considered not good decisions, unsustainable decisions, sacrificing the future for the present because we want to show that we're compassionate by wasting money on short-term expenditure. We are going to put all of this finite resource into giving away fishes as opposed to maybe, yes, we could give away fishes for the year. Or instead of giving away fishes for the year, we could maybe teach people how to fish, buy them boats, let them fish for themselves, build up the private sector of the economy, employ more people, be more productive, and then transfer those benefits in the economy to other sectors, other private sectors. I don't know. Because that's what the criticisms of most governments are. It's a lot of short-term expenditure because at the end of the day, and the NFL draft was last night, one of the interesting phenomena of sports is that a lot of teams, the personnel, the GMs, they can't take a lot of long-term views. They have to take short-term views because if they don't win championships, the fans riot and then the owner fires them. And it's the same phenomenon here. If you don't take a short-term view, the population, the voters, essentially complain to the point where you're voted out because they didn't get enough freeness because Pavlov's voters have been conditioned to only accept freeness. They're entitled to it, and nobody has the leadership chops to tell people, listen, there's only so much freeness you could get. We do have to put things away for a rainy day and also spend some money for the long term because diversification is not just a pie in the sky thing that's impossible. But anyway, rant over because I was very disappointed last night with regards to Mr. Ramnarine, and maybe this is why, sir, you are like Mr. Reginald Amor. You are a brilliant technical person in the energy sector. You might actually also be brilliant on some level with regards to finance. Politics, I don't know. I don't know if you took someone's advice on what to say. If you did, don't take that person's advice again. That said, economist Dr. Vanas James, he is also concerned about promises made on the campaign trail, right? And he said they're disconnected from the economy, from the economic reality facing TNT. And he's worried citizens will buy into these promises, despite the failure to identify how they're going to pay for it. When I said I was thinking through one morning, where would I start? I said, and I maybe only said this once, maybe twice, I said I will start with cleaning up the public sector, because there's a lot of wasted money in wages that we can't afford anymore. And that money saved could then be put into something else. And at the time I said education. I'm not too sure if education is the right place to spend it now. It might actually be the Ministry of National Security, because the violence issue in schools has grown beyond what the Ministry of Education probably could reasonably deal with. But here's the thing. A lot of that was directed at the UNC in most of the last 4 to 5 weeks. But now recently, and this is where the current Minister of Finance kind of loses me, Minister Dan Paul has said there could be an increase in senior citizens grants once the PNM is re-elected. And then he also said, well, and they're committed to social security for citizens. I don't mind not cutting these things. But that first part there of an increase, it might be necessary. It might be necessary. But you can't just say it. You need to then back up and say, how are we going to afford it? Because right now, the fiscal strategy of the PNM is basically, let's try and hold strain and cut where we think is unpopular and keep what we think is necessary. And while it is on some level practical, it's very uninspiring, and it's a very good way to lose slower, but not necessarily to win. And what I mean by lose and win is it's a very good way for the economy to slow the decline, but not necessarily a good way to reverse the situation, because there's nothing innovative there. So I can't criticize UNC for giving us promises and no details on how they're actually going to implement them, and then let the PNM kind of do something similar. At least that's what it looks like to me. It's a similar thing to the Forex facility by the Exim Bank. Where you found the Forex? All of a sudden you're finding $50,000 for small and medium enterprises? Where is this coming from? Who is it coming from? And I get it. You know, he's warning about the PSA against UNC ties and predicts economic fallout. But if you're starting to go along similar lines, won't you potentially present to us a similar risk? Now, another thing, one, Prime Minister Stuart Young, apparently he vowed, well, he announced he has $70 billion of future investments lined up for 2025 to 28. And he's basically saying, you gotta vote for me if you want these things to fall through. First of all, probably not. Most of that could probably happen under UNC government regardless, because it's fossil fuels, energy sector, which means they will go where the gas is, where they could reasonably extract it for a reasonable price. That's the main constraints, right? If you want to put political roadblocks up, or if it's too expensive to extract, then that's an issue. They don't care who's in power. At some point, if they need the gas, they'll take the gas. And right now, Venezuela, the US is kind of cutting off Venezuelan supply from the rest of the world. So I don't know if, but more importantly, what is the $70 billion? How, you know, all of a sudden we have $70 billion coming down the pipe. You spent 2 to 3 years just telling us about dragon. Now all of a sudden we have $70 billion, I assume, in other projects, because it's exclusive Dragon Hill. Now all of a sudden they want to talk about the $70 billion, other things. But then one of the more ridiculous things, and I'll close with this, Watson Duke said he vowed to create billionaires in Tobago. And he says Tobago could generate over $3 trillion from its untapped natural resources. I have reached the point where I'm wondering, does Mr. Duke understand how much a trillion is for him to say this? It's not like Trinidad and Tobago combined right now is making $1 trillion. It's not like in the last 10 years we've made $500 billion in the last 10 years. It'll take 20 years for us to even reach $1 trillion in expenditure, not necessarily revenue. So that that's just to say between loans and revenue. And we don't know if the loans are sustainable, probably not. 3 trillion, all right. And so first of all, I have to question, does Mr. Duke understand how money works and what is actually available to Tobago? Not that Tobago is resource poor, it's just I don't think it's 3 trillion worth. Could be wrong. And more importantly, if they had 3 trillion of gas in Tobago waters, I don't think they could extract that all at once, because then he's saying we'll make people billionaires in Tobago. That's nice. MP of 2 seats, you have no say over what goes on to Tobago. That's the THA, and then that's the cabinet, and then that's Parliament, of which you will be, if you even get 1 or 2 of those seats, 2 of 41. Good luck, because if 2 MPs could somehow make billionaires out of their constituents, that technically, arguably, would be corruption. So what kind of a promise is that? I have no idea. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, hopefully we'll have our guest. Stay tuned. This is Talking About WSN. We'll be right back after this. For every creed and race, we must look beyond the colors. Don't miss WESN's election coverage as we break down all the results and consider the way forward to the next chapter of Trinidad and Tobago. With Dr. Shane Mohammed, Karen Nunez-Rushera, Camille A.O. Pascal, Ashraf Ali, David Abdullah, Curtis Williams, and other business leaders across Trinidad and Tobago. Hosted by veteran journalist Andy Johnson, alongside myself, Sean Michael Small. Looking beyond the colors for election 2025. Your voice, your vote, your future.
My name is Dr. Stephen Carroll, the CEO at Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist, and we are committed to making good private healthcare affordable.
For all your medical needs, including dental, radiology, laparoscopy, behavioral and mental health, along with many other services, contact us for more information at 235-5479.
Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist,
where good private health care is affordable.
As always, we appreciate you starting your day with us. Let's get into this morning's first conversation.
Is the country's healthcare system more at risk more than ever?
Why it has remained unaddressed for so long.
Political parties get lots of cash, big cash from financiers, and then when they get that now, you can't account for it.
But it's really the specialist nurses who we are in a greater shortfall for.
We can tap into the resources and have them, at least form some mentorship programs.
Highlight our food systems, and which will attract persons from all over the world to come and experience something that actually supports the local economy.
We're lucky that we have a vibrant legal system that allows change to take place, and it's not that matters are just swept under the carpet and discrimination is allowed to be perpetrated.
A lot of people don't know that there were attempts to ban the carnival, suppress the carnival.
Our award-winning show is back, and this season promises to be even more exciting than before. What's Up, Doc isn't just a title, it's a call to action for anyone who wants to improve their health and well-being. Join us on this thrilling ride towards better health on WESN Content Capital.
I can't talk about a WSN. Sometimes conversations off air are interesting, but too interesting to be on air. With that said, hopefully what I said before we came back did not go out. But anyway, if it did, oh well. We have with me, just at the last show before the election, of course, our National Security Disaster Management, Traffic Management expert, retired Inspector Ashraf Ali.
That a big portfolio.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, I'm praising you, but it's really to, you know, praise my own show because you're on Talking Points. So, you know, the more kudos you get, the more we get. That's how it goes. You know?
It seems like we're actually in the election period.
Yeah.
It sounds just like how some political parties. You don't think so?
It's true. It's true. What have you made with regard? We're more or less at the home stretch here. Of course, I'm sure there'll be some real swings, given how the shortened period has gone and how we have seen, at least the PNM has done a lot of work to try to catch up and ramp up with the UNC. And the effort I've seen just yesterday, you know, music trucks just to blast a jingle that I've only heard yesterday. I never heard it before. So they're trying to accelerate the pace. I'm sure both parties will put some kind of big production on over the weekend. But so far, what do you make of the whole election process?
So far, you have been seeing a lot of activities taking place. I've heard of some allegations being made of persons trying to influence the outcome. Like I said, there's allegations. But when you listen to some of the allegations, it's worrying. The nature of some of the allegations that is publicly made without any evidence to support it. That is what I am concerned about.
Okay, why are you concerned? Because I'm concerned about that too, because I feel it's a cry wolf situation. At some point we're gonna stop paying attention to these accusations. I think to some extent we already have for a long time.
Well, you see, if we keep on pushing those type of narratives that there is the intention by parties or particular individuals or groups, as the case may be, have intention of disrupting our elections. Historically, have we ever had anything of that nature? I don't think we ever had any significant problems over our elections.
On the day, accusations in one polling station, but not like the whole election was disrupted.
We already had, we know that there is, persons are very enthusiastic about the elections. When election starts, they tend to be more hyped than they normally would be. You see the clear defined, the clear colors, I should say, literally coming out, and they treat each other in a particular manner when you have similar conflicts, but nothing of any significance. Now that you're hearing it from this perspective, and I heard the acting commissioner of police said that they also had information. I'm hearing that the Prime Minister on a platform in the East said that they have evidence. I heard a minister came publicly on the air and spoke about persons doing particular activities. When you talk about persons in a particular vehicle driving around the area, giving out cash,
drugs,
well, cash, I'll leave it at cash for a while.
Okay.
Cash, other things like alcoholic beverages and drinks. Then you bring it on, then you bring it to narcotics. And to make it worse, you're compounding this by saying ammunition.
Yeah, that was kind of weird to me.
That is very, very, no.
But there's one of those things where the accusation is kind of weird. Why would you give out ammunition?
No.
But the flip side is, it's one of those things where in the back of our mind, sometimes the weird things are actually true because it makes no sense as a lie. But the flip side, yeah, sometimes it doesn't make sense as a lie. Why would you give out ammunition?
No.
Right? I'm not saying it is true though.
No, but I am not saying whether it is true or not true.
Yeah.
But what I am saying is that when you use a social media platform from a political perspective, sharing information of that nature, those are critical type of information that can influence a certain action. It can also cause panic and chaos among other persons. Because if I am driving a black SUV within that area, I can be subjected, I can be targeted, unknowing to myself.
Yeah, I think it's like the phenomenon when they didn't want COVID to be associated with China because they feared people will just start to beat up Asian people randomly,
So
right? So it's the same kind of phenomenon. If I accuse someone doing something bad in a black SUV, it's like if in the States when there's a kidnapped child and it's like it was a blue panel van, all of a sudden every blue panel van driver have a target over their head.
It's of interest.
Yeah.
Right? And when you look at some of the things that what is called some of the offenses, when we talk about bribery, threatening and undue influence, that is now that these could fall in this category. Are you persuading somebody to vote or not to vote? So it's not about persuading somebody to vote for you, It's also persuading somebody not to vote.
So question, to what extent is this illegal and to what extent is it legal, not necessarily illegal, but unethical?
It is illegal. It's an offense under the law.
The trick, I guess, is if you could prove
Yes.
it.
That is the question, whether or not you can prove these things are happening. But making allegations, you run the risk. You run the risk of creating more problems than you actually have.
So I don't think that the organization or the entity or the driver or the people in the vehicle in the SUV was named. Does that matter?
It does not matter.
Because it's technically anonymous. I didn't actually accuse you of
Exactly.
doing it.
But then at the same time, you put other drivers who have vehicles similar to that and other road users at risk because you just mentioned a black SUV. I mean, everybody who driving in a black SUV may be subjected to some sort of attack, even if you're driving legitimately in some areas. So you have to be careful on how you make those statements. And I'm saying,
especially the ammunition part and the narcotics.
Especially narcotics and ammunition.
Because, again, it's one of those things where, like, I almost want it to be true because it makes more sense if it's true, but I doubt that it's true. But it doesn't make sense as a lie. And it doesn't make sense as a truth either, if I'm being honest, because why would you give out, what is the purpose of giving out ammunition? How is this a thing to give out to the public to try to get them to vote for you? Like, that doesn't make sense.
That doesn't add up.
Right?
However,
so it kind of doesn't make sense either way.
That information I'm saying should have been dealt with discreetly by the law enforcement agencies, because these are these are particular type of activities that need to be dealt with from an intelligence-led perspective.
What about, so one of the things I found this very interesting, Jack Warner basically, I can't remember if he took legal action or threatened legal action because the Prime Minister called him a political scamp. I think that was one thing. Yeah, and I'm like, first of all, I don't know if the court is going to even care about that. It's not, worse things have been said. How is that an issue for the court? But the one that could be an issue for the court is, depending on how Dr. Rowley, what words he used and how you interpret them with regards to describing Jack Warner's legal situation of fighting extradition, right? And I think the implication was they're claiming Dr. Keith Rowley said that he has been evading, or it's implied that he's guilty and he's evading prosecution or something like that, right? My only thing is, well, that's cool, but you're setting a precedent of, well, if your lawsuit can go through and succeed, then the PNM and the UNC could start suing each other for slander all over the place. Is that not correct?
Well, we have seen it happen already.
But not necessarily to campaign stuff. We have
seen it already. So there is a certain amount of leeway that is afforded and acceptable when it comes to when the election bell is rung.
So they don't have the same, politicians in parliament and in political parties don't have that leeway outside of an election period?
In parliament, you have parliamentary privileges. Certain things could be said that can be dealt with by the Speaker of the House. When you step out of it, Then we come with defamation of character, slander.
Right. Yeah.
That you come, and it all depends on how, and this is also simply, it all depends on how the person interprets what you said about them and how they feel and how they be impacted. The court will determine it now.
But wouldn't it more pertinent be how the public perceives the statement and what the court interprets that perception to be?
Well, once you make it out of court, out to the parliamentary procedures on any platform, you have the public making opinions and the views on it, and sometimes those opinions and the views can influence other things.
I mean, it goes back to the comment section on some political videos and posts,
Yes.
right? Could be even far more vile than anything the politicians say. To some extent, if there's ever, let's just say, some kind of slander statement is said, the aggrieved party could potentially say, hey, look at what the comment section said about it. No. Evidence of the public perception, right?
And that is the risk you run with making statements that could be bordered on slander, right, and defamation of character of an individual. I mean, a man's name is all that he have. You know, when he started defile a man's character and claim he's this and he's that, or he or she is this and that, that doesn't go away so easy. Mm-hmm. Because
courts of public opinion.
The court of public opinion via a button called search, Google search, that is where you're going to get on a regular basis.
But also usually the retraction and the correction doesn't spread as far.
Listen,
and doesn't hit as hard.
My opinion, this is my view on it. When you make statements about somebody, you had intention already. Apologizing means what?
Yeah.
Because the court tell me I apologize.
No, but not just that. So I've been slandered, you bad talk me, the public believes the slander.
Right.
You retract and there's a correction, but it doesn't spread as wide.
No.
It doesn't go as viral. It doesn't.
But my intention, this is my view.
Right.
I believe the intention was already met.
Exactly, yes.
I did what I was supposed to do. I made the statement.
You got the results.
I got the results. I got a reaction of what I wanted from the general public. Okay, I got a retraction. I got a public apology. That doesn't take away from what other persons hear.
And then also, the campaign period is limited. So it doesn't matter if people regret their righteous indignation that caused them to not vote for somebody. Your objective of getting the people voting for them being reduced is probably going to be met, right?
So I listen to, and I am listening to all parties. I am not listening to any particular party alone. So I've listened to somebody comments made from the UNC, all the political parties, the PNM and the NTO, NT.
Gosh, I feel sorry for you already.
Yeah, no. Sometimes it is good to understand from how different perspectives and make the best decision.
Right.
Going forward, right? Because if you keep listening to one narrative, you would not be able to understand.
No. Great that you're listening to the different narratives. My thing is trying to follow the whole thing in its totality. Depending on your point of view, could be very depressing.
Yeah. So I listened to some of them, and what came out was very interesting. And I say this, not in support of any particular party. I want you all to know that, right? I'm apolitical at this point in time. Right, the NT and Mr. Air Griffith made a statement on the last night, and she said that as of the Tuesday morning after elections, we are all Trinbagonians.
Right.
That, I think, is very important.
Yeah.
That no matter what happened, whether we believe on strongly as to who could form the next administration of Trinidad and Tobago, it's nobody from outside of Trinidad and Tobago coming to run Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah.
It's our citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, and we have to make the best choice, in our opinion, who should run.
But not just that, the rhetoric, because again, funny enough, I think the Council for Ethical Political Behavior, they sent a mixed message. I don't think it kind of messed up what I believe their intention was. Because they're trying to say that it's not so bad, but then they kind of pointed out, yeah, but it's kind of worse than before in a couple of key factors, right? That basically implies, no, it is worse. It's not that it's not that bad.
I saw that article and I was wondering, okay.
Yeah, what exactly do they mean, right? Yeah.
Is either we good, bad?
But I think my point is, and I've been worried about this for years now, the rhetoric is so absolute and aggressive, and the implications of it is, if I believe you 100%, then to some extent, should we not vive la revolution or some madness like that, right? Because if my future children are in such jeopardy based on what you're telling me, how am I going to, I have a moral right to defend their future by whatever means possible, and then things kind of get crazy. And my point is, when you have rhetoric like that, you can't just, okay, now the election's over, let's walk back and, God is a Trinity and we're all friends and family, and everything just boils back down into normal.
Basic human behavior, not everyone will see us as Trinbagonians at the end. We will still harbor some feelings.
I mean, what is the one phrase I think is almost like a slap in the face to the rest of the nation when anybody says it? It's we time now. Anybody that says it's we time now, like, you're basically slapping the face of everybody else.
And who is we?
Exactly.
Who is the we? Who is the we?
But more importantly, so is we time now means you gotta take and we have to concede? Who is the we taking and the we conceding? How fair is this? Who is determining this? Like, what is it? What is a zero-sum game where some of us have to win and others have to lose for some of us to win?
At the end of the day, we all lose. We all lose or we all win at the same time. Because when we face the groceries and the economy is in a state, it has nobody winning. Some might be able to buy or keep maintaining their fridge and their budget where they could buy what they want. Some will have to cut. But at the end of the day, we all have to live in Trinidad and Tobago. As of the 29th, morning of the 29th, it matters not, in my opinion, it matters not who forms the next government. It's about who can continue after that to get us in a better place.
All right. I want to take a break. When we come back, we'll open up the phone lines, but we'll continue the conversation. You could join and have your say on this. This is one of those things, I mean, I did mention it before. I'm glad that Ashraf is here to talk about it as well, these accusations and what it means for the long-term societal future, health of our society. I think a lot of people might be underestimating it, but we'll take a break. More on this when we come back. Stay tuned. For every creed and race, we must look beyond the colors. Don't miss WESN's election coverage as we break down all the results and consider the way forward to the next chapter of Trinidad and Tobago. With Dr. Shane Mohammed, Karen Nunez-Shashera, Camille A.O. Pascal, Ashraf Ali, David Abdullah, Curtis Williams, and other business leaders across Trinidad and Tobago. Hosted by veteran journalist Andy Johnson, alongside myself, Sean Michael Small. Looking beyond the colors for election 2025. Your voice, your vote, your future.
My name is Dr. Stephen Carroll, the CEO at Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist, and we are committed to making good private health care affordable.
For all your medical needs, including dental, radiology, laparoscopy, behavioral and mental health, along with many other services, contact us for more information at 235-5479.
Community Hospital of Seventh-day Adventist,
where good private health care is affordable.
I'm back and talking about the WSND Content Capital. Just want to double check. Do we have Digger Martin on the line? Okay, Digger Martin, you're on the air.
Good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
To you, Sean, and to Miss X. Am I right? Ex-police officer, Superintendent Ashraf Ali?
We'll take that for now.
Yeah. Beautiful. You know why I have to basically ask you that? Because I'm going directly to an issue that the TTPS is in center of. And we have to decide on the 28th how we live as a country. 27 years ago, next month, our country was faced with one of the most gruesome death of a young boy by the name of Akil Chambers. We have not resolved it. Yesterday or 2 days ago in Guyana, there was a parallel to that issue. A young girl, 11 years old, the identical age of Akil Chambers. Her life was basically fluffed out of her. I say there are similarities. One of the similarities is the complicity of the police in the investigation. We know they were complicit, and we have to be honest with the Akil Chambers. In Guyana, they were complicit in the sense that they let out a communication that was wrong, made full of errors. The third issue is that the crime scene was basically identical. A swimming pool, the police looked the night before, found the person, the young girl. And one of the critical things, karma, and a lot of people don't like to believe in karma, but I believe in this instance, karma is telling us something about that incident, that issue, and it's raising, and it has raised my pulse again reading the article. The coroner inquest, there were a number of witnesses. One of the main witnesses, if people do the research, will see is directly related to one of the highest office holder in our country. The other issue is that in The Guardian in 2023, the current Attorney General said if Sabga, the man who is responsible for the 1997 report, if he has any information, take it to the police. In that article, Sabga said he was there, willing and waiting to identify high government officials that might have been in a pedophile ring. Did our TTAS made any effort to contact Mr. Sabga to close out that issue? The ball is in the court of the current government, as I say, a very high government official, to rethink that case. The current Attorney General has to show how honest she is. Get somebody involved in the TTPS to identify and go forward and interview. That is a heinous crime. And it brings me to the next issue with a young girl recently somewhere in South. She was killed. The perpetrator was alleged to hang himself in the police station. I am hoping that that is not the end. That must be fleshed out. I don't want that. They say that person might have been the perpetrator and he's not the perpetrator, and we allow the guilty to escape. So what I'm saying, the police has a responsibility to flesh out all of this. So come 29th of April, I, as a citizen, can rest in peace that we have an honest, government of integrity who does not, I should say, wouldn't say, cover up for the misgiving of members of any political organization. And before closing, they said high judiciary officer was involved in going to the party and thing, yeah? So I'm very, very passionate about the closure of this. So go and enjoy your morning.
Thank you, caller. I think we have another caller that's been waiting for a while, so we'll take the call. Caller, good morning. You on here? Okay, we're making the call. Good morning, caller.
Hey, good morning.
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 All right. I'm following the program from the start. So I just have some comments for you.
Yes.
But I have two questions for the officer.
Sure.
Now, the comment for you is this. in our country, leadership is the maximum leader style. All representatives must follow the party line. It has no conscience voting, right? And each politician's idea about development differ. Because I am sitting down and I am seeing in Morocco a family going in the river to collect water. And at the same time, the government building community centers, libraries, swimming pool. People ain't getting water, but the government building. So politicians' idea about development differ. Look at Tobago. I feel watching you going mad. Because his idea of autonomy is that they must be able to do what they want at taxpayers' expense. But they're earning $1 billion and they're spending $4. As former Prime Minister said, Keith Rowley said, if the UNC bring back the money with the teeth, we go have money to do all what they want to do. But we're not thinking about that. Now to the officer, morning.
Morning.
I have 2 issues here with you.
With me?
With the law enforcement.
Oh, all right, okay. I just want to make sure because
He's retired.
I didn't do anything at all.
All right.
He's retired.
Firstly, right, sir? When citizens request the police, you get all kind of excuses for no service. But if we have our heads of government conference, is the most amount of police vehicles that they see on the road escorting these people. Why is that so? Are their lives more important than ours? And the second question concerns prisoners. Because if you're in the hospital, you're waiting for service, prisoners come, they are treated as an emergency. There's nothing wrong with it. Secondly, the transport on the road. You hear any siren, you see it's like emergency. People pulling hard to the side when you realize it's prisoners. That can't add up, you know. I want to hear your response on that, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you, caller. I mean,
no.
I technically do have a response on that last part.
No. The thing about it is that when the first question the caller indicated that it's not a matter of who life is more important. There's protocol for certain dignitaries. Then you have to deal with certain things.
And certain risks.
And certain risks associated with something. So yeah, I cannot say that, but what I can say to the caller is if the average citizens call for service, they're entitled to service.
Yes.
Right?
We'll have to hit a pause.
We
have Sean Flair on the line. I believe this is a first-time caller. Good morning, caller. You're on the air. Caller, good morning.
Morning, still here.
Yes, you're on the air, sir. You could go ahead. You have a question or comment?
Yes. I have 2 or 3 comments.
Sure.
I would like to talk about the process. You know, a lot of people talk about the problems we have, but I like to talk about the processes that need to be changed. You know, like for instance, I heard the guy talk about Tobago and how much it's earning and stuff. I don't think that is relevant. Is that the government supposed on the ground level to produce some basic infrastructure for people, and is where it is needed most. But it's not about how much you earn, and so you can't say San Fernando earn 5 cents and they're spending 20 cents, or Port of Spain earn 4 cents, and you know.
Yeah.
I think it should be right. And secondly, with the police and the process, I want to know, the police have a thing marked protect and serve. Why they don't want to wear the badge? Why they don't want to wear the Why they don't want to wear
body cameras?
The body cameras. Why is it is an issue for them? Why is it an issue when you call a police station, they're saying they have no vehicle? gone are the days you sit down and you wait for people to come. You're on the road. You're supposed to be telling me in the next 2 minutes a vehicle is on a patrol or something. I will respond to you. That is a kind of arcade way of policing. But, so, you know, I'm saying the processes.
And I agree with your caller, but this is not a defense for anybody, but the reality of certain things that we don't like the truth. We don't like the truth, and sometimes it's not what should be said, but sometimes it's the truth, right? And it's unfortunate that we need to get that, especially when it comes to call for service. The public is entitled to that call for service and in appropriate time. But sometimes you hear persons waiting 2 and 3 hours and the officers never reach. Those are things that should not happen, but it does happen. So those things that need to be addressed going forward. The organization has to address that in some meaningful way to alleviate some of the challenges the caller is mentioning, because I agree, sometimes the processes that we have is not the best for providing the level of service that is required.
Do you have anything else to add, caller?
Yeah, as again, you know, I think as a people, and it's the same thing sometimes politics, right? I hear them talking about, they were talking about by tomorrow, we will come back and say we are one. It don't be so, and the reality is, as I said, Trinidad and Tobago, I said we're not nationalistic.
Yeah.
If a party not in power, you have a national event, like for independence, one side didn't come in at all. What kind of national, what kind of Trinidad and Tobago politics that is? That it's so petty. You understand what I'm saying? That because you're not in power, you can't come to a national event, but you want to rule after the next 4 or 5 years. You want to be part of it. I find those things we could stop. Up to now, I never see a way, as well tell people, first world countries, for they to continue and think they have colleges that they think in UE they buy, and they have blocks, they build hospitals, and even Jamaica, I watch that. Jamaica have people who would have a ball every year, sending new things to the hospital. We're not patriotic.
Yeah.
What hospital we have, they're shaking their hand because they give 50 and 10 and 20,000. Our nationals are not patriotic. They're not building Trinidad, but they want the government and they want everybody else to do everything for them, from who have to who ain't have. You know, and that, as I said, the process, the thinking, we need to develop that in a whole different meaningful way. And that's my contribution.
Thank you, caller.
Thank you.
It's God bless Trinidad indeed. It's the reverse of Kennedy's famous quote. We won't go into it because we have Eldorado on the line. Good morning, caller. You're on the air.
Hello, good morning.
Morning, caller.
Yes, just a little question. One question here for Mr. Ali.
Yes.
If you are in the line waiting to vote, and there is a question arrives. When a question arrives, well, you meet 1 or 2 friends and we'll talk start. And you happen to be discussing the both parties there whilst waiting to vote. That, I think that will be a no-no, right? You could be arrested or charged. What if such a thing happens?
Okay, so you would not be arrested or charged.
Would you be denied from voting if you are charged for being taken away and being arrested? Or with the discretion of the officer, you might be warned.
All right.
To stop the conversation by discussing any political thing there while voting to vote.
So
all right, I will listen out for it.
Sure,
Thank you, caller.
problem.
That's an interesting question.
That's a very interesting question, and I just want persons to know that the police is not in charge of any polling station.
Right.
The presiding officer assigns a 100-meter demarcation, and within that precinct is the responsibility of the presiding officer.
Right.
Police officers are there to ensure that the presiding officer is not assaulted or any of the polling individuals or
maintain order.
Maintain order. They are not there to say you can't talk to somebody on the line.
Right.
However, if they are discussing and using mentioning political parties, it can be construed.
It's subjective.
It can be. It's subjective. It could be construed that you are influencing the other party, the other person who to vote for or reinforcing.
But not just that. I think rarely the precedent that you want to avoid. So this is where if you're given an inch, if you take a mile, you'll mess it up for everybody. Because the last thing you want is who you voting for? Oh, I voted for so. And you're not. It's supposed to be a conversation, but you're so loud, right? That you're essentially marketing your preferred candidate to the rest of the line.
So my advice to persons, you go to the polling station. You form the line, you abide by the requirements of the presiding officer on the day and all the regulations that have been put in place. If I meet Sean Michael Small, hey Sean, how things? Everything good with you today? Right, cool. I gonna exercise my franchise. Hey, you too? Yeah, cool.
I mean, to some extent, if you're in line to vote and you're still undecided, I don't know if asking a second opinion, is it that necessary? You can have the conversation if you're curious later. If you really need help, dare I say, and this is not even probably the right thing to do, keep that conversation very quiet between yourselves.
And that's what I'm saying. So I meet you, you meet me. Sean, everything good? Sean, everything good? Yeah, hey. So I laugh at you and get a little thing. Hey, you're going to exercise it right? Okay, good. Make sure you vote correct. Some of those terminologies.
But not who to vote for.
Some of those terminologies you hear on the line. Right. That would not constitute anything at all.
Yeah.
You go in, you do what you exercise your franchise, your constitutional right, you leave. You leave the venue, you leave the 100-meter demarcation and you go ahead. After that, you can
talk
about everything that you all believe and believe, but you run the risk of causing much more because you may end up, that conversation may end up aggravating other persons.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Right?
And we've seen what happened when aggravated people.
Right. And it could be construed that, hey, somebody else is trying to canvass on that said date. And canvassing on election, on polling day, is an offense also. So you have to be very careful.
We have a comment that I want to read out, and this is something that when I bring it up at times, people are like, you're trying to defend the criminals. Well, no, I believe this is something very important. And the commenter said, let us not forget that in any democracy, due process is the cornerstone of justice. Accusations, no matter how serious, do not equal guilt. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law.
So true.
And to that point, I find that even how politicians were speaking about corruption early on, at one point you had one member of government basically calling out the other side for corruption while saying, Mr. Jindal is such an upstanding citizen because he's rich. I'm like, you're not actually addressing the fact that he has a matter before the Indian courts. That he jumped political parties. There's a term in India, right? The washing machine, I don't know if I mentioned this to you. He jumped political parties just to avoid prosecution, allegedly. Right? I don't know if I'll be sued from an Indian court because of my statements. But like, that's what the Indian news says, right? So it was things like that where innocent until proven guilty. We get that. I have no issue with that. I mean, we have members of parliament with accusations.
Everybody corrupt.
Not necessarily, well, one had a case before the court potentially, but he wasn't convicted of anything.
No, what I'm saying is that that is how it come across. You be very liberal with the terminology. Everybody corrupt.
And then the flip side is, like, and this goes back to what I said, I think it's a cry-wolf situation. We're so accustomed to everybody being corrupt, quote unquote, that when there's actual incidents of corruption, the public is apathetic to it.
Exactly.
And doesn't demand a resolution, right? And also, but the flip side is, they're very quick to kind of accept the rum shop accusations, as you pointed out, no evidence.
No evidence to support it. St. James.
We have St. James on the line. Good morning, caller. Thank you. Thank you. You're on the air.
Yes, good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
I don't know, this might sound like a joke, but when these political parties, anyone, as a matter of fact, all of them, they tell you do the right thing, what do they really mean? What is the right thing? You know, sometimes it sounds like a big joke. Now, when for instance, PNM telling me do the right thing, and I go and vote UNC. To me, that's the right thing, you know. Or just the reverse.
Yes.
So, could you tell me what is the right thing?
You see, the problem is that, I shouldn't say, persons fail to realize that your constitutional right of secrecy of who you vote for and who you choose is not made public.
Yeah.
So you telling somebody, and I agree with the caller, to do the right thing. My right thing is based on what I believe is the right choice to do. Right? And because you try to influence, or I shouldn't say influence, sorry, you're canvas enough to get the support of the citizens to sway in your favor. Like I always said, if I have your support, there's nothing you can say that change the support.
Yeah.
So it's not. So you don't preach to converted.
But I think it comes back down to the fact that undecided voters will look at the politicians, and for the most part, they're not really that impressed with the landscape in general. So when politicians of this unimpressive slate, I'm talking not one party, but all parties, say things like do the right thing, it's not backed up with a track record of, yes, and this person was shown integrity, showed transparency, proved he was held accountable, right? And did the right things, because a lot of the time they only do the right thing when it doesn't cost them anything or when it benefits them. What about doing the right thing when it doesn't benefit them? Every now and then they kind of do that. I mean, the fuel subsidy reduction,
Yes.
okay, right. Of course, that is based on your perception of if that was a necessary move or not. But it was one of those things where it wasn't popular. So I'm willing to believe that it was necessary, because most politicians don't have the courage to do something like that just because. But my point is, when they say do the right thing, the track record of I do the right thing as a politician, so the right thing is to vote for me, is usually not there. So those words are so hollow.
And then we have examples of how do you judge a political entity, a political individual? Who are we judging them against?
So it's not just that. More often than not, Ashraf, I judge them based on what they say, and I don't need to compare it to anything else. Because usually what they say is, to some degree, based on certain logic and reasoning that I present, it is, potentially, or to some extent, it's self-evident based on that reasoning, a negative. And it's inefficient. And it's not acceptable.
And that is why I have a bit of a challenge in how persons view this thing. The political party of yesteryear, the makeup of that party, the individuals who made up those administration are not the same.
Yes.
Are not the same individuals who make up the administration of this year.
As much as both parties have tried to ride on the coattails of the past.
Exactly.
Both.
You have varying individuals, varying mindset, somebody who brings in a different dynamics to a party. That is how party change. That is how you develop your country as well as the different individual parties. So when I keep saying this party is not the party, or it was like this, it was like this, you cannot stay within that mold. You have to be able to change.
But I mean, this is the case in point. You want to say things like do the right thing and imply voting for me, whoever is the speaker, is the right thing. Well, on one hand, I have the UNC that kept talking about the partnerships government as though it was a UNC government, right? So they kind of whitewashed the partnership out of existence, and the COP and the MSG and the TOP and all those other organizations. And yet they want to complain the PNM is living in the past. It's like, dude, the partnership was 10 years ago. The last time you were in office was 10 years ago. That's living in the past as well. Meanwhile, the PNM, before campaigning, spent so much time talking about the party history and the party traditions and the party this and the party that, and look at the structure and the base and the foundation and the history and the history and the history. And then the general election campaign is, oh, we're in a new chapter. Which is it? Are we celebrating the past or looking towards the future and the changes that would be a change from the past? What we do?
Take a call.
Take the call. Okay, that's how to be last call before we go over time. Good morning, caller. You're on the air.
Hello, good morning.
Morning, caller.
Yeah, morning. All right, sweet and simple. All right. Who was the first person? All right, our first oil boom money in Trinidad and Tobago. where they did disappear to that we had to go to the IMF. Who closed down Caroni? Who closed down Petrochin? Who ruled this country for about 40-something years or more, all right? And the money, you know, about trillions of dollars passed through Trinidad and Tobago, and we ain't giving the money going. All right? This is my contribution to this.
Thank you, caller.
You're welcome.
I mean, I'll say this. Literally what we just said kind of gives me a reason to say, well, I don't necessarily want to consider the closure of Carney and the face oil boom or anything like that. But who closed down Petrochin is a very, very, very pertinent debate, because people who are directly involved in that situation are up for office now.
But I am listening.
But I would argue you also have to consider the partnership and how they handle that boom of natural gas.
Well,
as
I'm also listening on some political platforms. They have what I might consider to be scaremongering, that if you go this direction, you're going to lose out. You're going to lose this, you're going to lose that. I mean,
negative comments.
Negative comments.
Unfortunately, the psychology, we are in 2025, and I would argue we have regressed as a race, as a human race globally, because more than ever, negative campaigning is more effective than positive campaigning.
Exactly, and if I have to choose Sean Michael Small, I have to determine whether or not Sean Michael Small is operating within my within my moral and ethical standards. I see what Sean Michael Small is doing, right? I believe in him to do X, Y, and Z. Not because Sean Michael Small belongs to a particular group, ethnicity, or a particular party, that I will say, hey, I don't care about who Sean Michael Small specifically is. Once he is with that person, blindly I go support you. So you're supporting blindly. And when you look at all the parties, there are individuals, I would say, if we had a choice of picking the best out of all the parties and forming an administration, we would have a good place here.
I mean, I'm not even sure if we have enough people to fill an administration, right?
I mean, take it individually.
I know, trying to take the best out of the lot. I don't know if we'll have enough, partially because I do feel cabinet and parliament needs to be separated.
Yeah.
I think that's ridiculous now, because one of the things, as we start to close, one of the things is that, well, the government was unprepared, and I can't remember. I think Camille Pascal yesterday, he should be part of the panel on election night.
He made a very important comment. I was very interested in.
With regards to how busy politicians are, at least with regards to this topic.
How accessible politicians are.
Right, but
that was key.
Government ministers who are MPs, they have a whole full-time job on top of another full-time job on top of their party job.
Exactly. So accessibility is limited.
Right. So, and that's why I remember there was a TED talk done in the Central Bank Auditorium, and the speaker basically said, Minister, MP, those are two full-time jobs. This is not, this should, I don't think we've reached the point where we need to separate the two, because our bureaucracy is getting bigger and more complicated. All right. There's a lot of things I want to say. I'll just leave two quick comments. One, community centers, they don't often achieve what they were meant to achieve, because who may control what's being done in them. And I'll just say there's one community center I know. The community can't use it, but they could hold cricket tournaments for people outside the community. And I'll just leave that as that. And then the situation with prisons and the hospitals and stuff, all I'll just say is this. The relationship between prisoners and prison guards is a very complicated one, and it's not what you think it should be. That's all I'll say about that.
And well, just to add to that, I was going to mention that because the thing about it is that individual constitutional rights and privileges have been suspended. He is a prisoner.
Yeah.
So he is not allowed to be, he or she is not allowed to be in the public domain free.
They have to wrap it up.
So they have to deal with that individual as fast as possible
to get them back.
To get them back into the custody.
So it could this could be one time when the relationship was correct.
Right. So
let's just say there are public examples when it was not correct.
They have to prioritize.
But that not every situation has one explanation. That's where I'll close. So with regards to police response times, sometimes it's because of bad reasons, sometimes it's not the officer's fault. These things are complex and can have multiple reasons, and this is just one of the things why simplistic campaign promises is not a good solution when the problems are varied and complex. Now, with that said, thanks to the callers. Thanks to Ashraf Ali for joining me once again. Folks, it's talking about WESN. Basically, the last political show before the election, Monday, will be a bit more subdued because of the very same reasons one of the last callers mentioned, but we'll still have a show. With that said, stay safe this weekend. Please do not pick any fights with anybody just because you have a political disagreement or for any other reason at all. It's nice to be nice even to people who believe in different politics than you do. Remember your allegiance to the Republic and to each other because we are all Trimegonians even before April the 29th. Let's not forget that.
And also, we don't have a wide variety of clothing in my closet. So if I choose to wear a blue jersey, a yellow jersey, a red jersey that does not have any insignia of any political party, I am not supporting the party. So do not attack or try to chastise anybody if you see them wearing something that resembles the color of a political party.
Especially if it's a wake uniform. And I'll just, right? For KFC people, do not automatically vote red, and there's 2 red parties right now. Anyway, we're over time. We have 10 questions coming up next, so we will see you next week, Election Day. Bye-bye.
WESN.
For every creed and race, we must look beyond the colors. Don't miss WESN's election coverage as we break down all the results and consider the way forward to the next chapter of Trinidad and Tobago. With Dr. Shane Mohammed, Karen Nunez-Rushera, Camille A.O. Pascal, Ashraf Ali, David Abdullah, Curtis Williams, and other business leaders across Trinidad and Tobago. Hosted by veteran journalist Andy Johnson, alongside myself, Sean Michael Small. Looking beyond the colors for election 2025. Your voice, your vote, your future.
John, we are in an election season. This is a period of no ifs, buts, and whens, and whys, and wheres, but what matters most. I know you came into this party on the sponsorship of Maurice Marshall. I know you are a person whose family has the deepest of roots in the heart of East Port of Spain. Tell me, are you still a member of the PNM?
I am not. I resigned from the PNM in May of 2024. I never got a response to that letter, but I resigned from the PNM in May of 2024.
And I take it that resignation was seriously considered before you walked away.
It was.
What caused that? What caused you, Mr. PNM John Jeremy, to put 2 wheels on your heels and bolt it from Balize House 1 and 2?
Mr. Leasing, I was never John PNM Jeremy. I joined the PNM when Maurice Marshall, back in the day when I was a student.
But I can tell you I was Louis PNM Leasing.
Okay, well, we are different.
All right, yeah.
But I had my identity of my own.
Yes.
But what attracted me to the PNM was its vision and some of the words of Eric Williams. I read a lot, especially as a university student. And Eric Williams said at a special convention of the PNM, he said some words that struck me as a young man. He said that he gave purpose to the PNM. He said, listen, bring together all the races. That for him was important. Bring together all the races. Add dignity to classes which had none. And lift up colors that were traditionally despised colors. I might have gotten the words wrong, but that is the sense of what he said. And those words found an echo in me. Now, I found over the past 10 years that the PNM had abandoned that philosophy and had done so entirely. Now, that was made public when the Prime Minister, the former Prime Minister, went on national TV and said those words. A friend of mine, a colleague who sat in the cabinet, drew the interview to my attention. I sat in horror, and the following day, instead of the Prime Minister withdrawing the words or saying, listen, I misspoke, as all of us do from time to time, he doubled down on the words. And those words were to the effect, directly opposite. They were to the effect that there's nothing wrong with getting the rich richer. You get the rich richer, and you know what? The poor might benefit or would benefit from the rich getting richer. That is
so before the poor could get richer, the rich have to get richer.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Now, that is a philosophy, as an economic philosophy, as a social philosophy, as a political philosophy, I reject. Now, it is the worst form of what I describe to be Thatcherism.
So do I hear you say your parting with the PNM has much to do with the fact that because you believe the people for whom the PNM has its largest membership has been abandoned?
Yes.
Okay.
That is it. I think that we have betrayed our base.
So the issue of race is a fundamental issue in the context of Trinidad and Tobago's politics.
Well, it ought not to be, in the sense that persons ought not to vote on the basis of race.
But if you would stick a pin, race has always been an issue with our politics. What do you say to the voters who want to vote and are not comfortable at all with the PNM for the very reasons that you have enunciated?
Well, I will say to my brothers and sisters that we are at a crossroads now. Members of the international community are, with the best way that I can put the visa restriction that has been placed on us by the United Kingdom for the first time, and some of the soundings from our traditional partners, is to say that they have serious reservations about us as a people and as a civilization. I myself feel that the country is at a crossroads, a junction, that this is a critical time in our history. I believe that the decision that we make now is going to determine our future. It is going to determine the kind of Trinidad that we leave to our children. That is the only reason that I am with you today. I have never, ever, in my 10 years in public life, I have never done an interview like this, despite injunctions from the deceased Prime Minister, Patrick Manning. I have never gone on a national platform. I think once he had me stand in Komuto and say a few words, which I confess I would have stolen from Miss the President of the Republic now. But this is not me. My arena of comfort is the Parliament, the Senate, the House of Representatives, and in my office, at the Office of the Attorney General. That is where the former Prime Minister thought that I had acquitted myself well enough to be deserving of a recall. I've never done this before. I'm doing it now because I think that we have to make a change in terms of the leadership and direction of this country. If this country continues as is, I believe in my heart that we are doomed as a civilization.
So you've thrown race out the window?
I have.
And you're saying to the people at this time, don't vote for the party that I identified with before. I recommend to you to vote UNC.
Well,
but more than that, you're saying to them, listen, to all those people who believe that the UNC isn't good, I want to say to you that as I have examined previous, certainly the last UNC administration, I saw the UNC was able to attract a cadre of strong and committed professionals, people the likes of Larry Hawaii and Sandy and you name it. So are you saying that?
I am saying that in the last UNC administration, you had a concerted attempt to treat with criminal activity. We did a reasonable job with respect to kidnapping for ransom. Before we had the opportunity to really treat with gang-related homicides, there was an election, and we know what has happened to gang-related homicides since then. But we made a good faith attempt to treat with kidnapping for ransom. People were being kidnapped twice a week. There was an industry. We put a stop to that. The UNC had a proper grasp of the management of the economy. There was Mr. Dukaran, there was Mr. Hawaii, neither of whom persons could fault in terms of their performance. They weren't put there by accident. They were put there by their leader. A prime minister put them there. Now, our stewardship of the economy over the past 10 years has led to increasing unemployment, a decimation of the middle classes in this country, and the increasing wealth of a small cadre of persons precisely consistent with the view expressed by the former Prime Minister that the purpose of government is to get the rich richer and to see if the poor can benefit from that. What has not happened and will not happen, because that is a flawed and discredited model of development, is that the poor have not benefited.
So, Mr. Jeremy, if the PNM cannot do the job, who will govern?
In our system, we have a system, party politics. There are two major parties. The PNM is now unfit for governance. The opposition party is not unfit for governance. It is ready to govern. There is in place a leader there who has carried this country forward for a considerable period of time, during which the country reaped economic benefits, persons were better off, the middle classes were better off than they are today. For me, it's a no-brainer. I will be supporting the opposition party in the coming election. And I will encourage my relatives, my friends, to put aside the old dividers of race, that is a relic of colonialism. And I will encourage my brothers and sisters to vote for the opposition party, the United National Congress.
Now, you know, John, in politics, the party is one thing, but the leader is always the focal point. As we assess the leadership of both parties, who, in your opinion, brings more stocks to the job of Prime Minister?
Well, I would reframe the question with respect. You have a choice between a leader that is untested at a time when the country is in dire straits and in need of experienced leadership. That is on the one side, the PNM side. No one can say that the PNM leader now has been tested. He's a very young man, and he is untested. The other option is a woman who has led a party, who has actually governed a country for a term, and not without some difficulties, and not without fault, but she has governed the country for a term. The country has done better economically. Individuals in the country have done better economically. This disparity that now exists between the ultra-rich and the rest of us, but that disparity did not exist under the UNC. And I dare say that when this salary increase for politicians was raised under the UNC, because it was raised under the UNC, they refused to accept the increase in salary. You have now a group of persons who are sitting down on salaries. I think in the case of the Prime Minister, it's $1 million a year. And at the same time, you are asking public servants and hardworking police officers, members of the protective services who have to go out there and they have to deliver services for us in health, in the national security services. You're asking them to take a 4% salary increase. And that to me is obscene. And that alone, on that basis alone, I think that persons who have been so shabbily treated, that is the rest of the society, that they should reject those who think that they are better than us. So they are not like us.
Folks, I think this sums it up. This gives a good and appropriate response to the question, are you better off than you were 10 years ago? But more importantly, it responds to the question about the party's abandonment of a large core of its base. I think, I don't want to say I think, I know that the party that now governs has proven itself incapable of administering. And therefore, we know that we need to stop doing the same thing over and over. And if we need to stop doing the same thing over and over, we need to look elsewhere. I think Mr. Jeremy has given us the appropriate answers.
Thank you.
I thank you all.
Thank you for having me.
WESN.
Here is your WESN News on the Hour. I'm Naomi Macnish. Thanks for joining us. Here are the headlines. Gary Griffith urges voters to reject tribal politics. TTPS boosts election security amid threat concerns. Family of missing rig worker calls out company silence. CARICOM observers expect smooth voting process in Monday's general election. And internationally, China demands U.S. end tariffs as tensions rise. Now for the details. NTA political leader Gary Griffith is urging undecided voters to choose leaders based on character and competence, not party loyalty. At the party's final rally in Mount Lambert, Griffith said the NTA is focused on national security and better governance. He criticized both the UNC and PNM and dismissed claims that the NTA is splitting votes. Griffith also outlined his crime-fighting plan, including an elite wolf unit and improved emergency services. With the general election just days away, Acting Police Commissioner Junior Benjamin says the TTPS is ramping up security following intelligence on possible disruptions. After meetings with CARICOM and Commonwealth observers, Benjamin assured that measures like increased police presence and joint patrols are in place, especially in marginal constituencies. The TTPS is also training officers and using tech to monitor nationwide. 4 months after the Well Services Rig 110 accident, the family of missing worker Pete Phillips says they've been left in the dark. Phillips' brother says the company promised action but has since gone silent, calling the lack of updates disgusting. The family is demanding answers, expressing concerns about emotional trauma, lack of closure, and the future of Phillips' children. Observers from the Caribbean community for next Monday's general elections say they expect no real issues arising out of the voting. Antigua and Barbuda national Ian Hughes, head of the team, held a news conference in Port of Spain early Thursday, saying they expect spirited voting and that all systems were gone given what they have been able to ascertain thus far. He told reporters members of the team would be spread across the country making their observations, taking note of the process and the conduct of voting in Monday's elections across the 41 constituencies, 39 in Trinidad and 2 in Tobago. In response to a question, Mr. Hughes said his team would want to get down to the nitty-gritty in observing the process, adding that the Commonwealth elections observers would have their own way of conducting their observations. In essence, the conduct of exercise would be more or less the same. He said his team was also meeting with a number of civil society organizations in the country to get an even better sense of what may be the issue regarding people's concerns about the conduct of elections. In this regard, he said members of his team would pay close attention to what takes place in the polling stations on election day. He said his team would seek to present an interim report on Tuesday and a more comprehensive final report within a month. Internationally, China is calling on the U.S. to drop all tariffs if it's serious about ending the trade war. Officials say there have been no negotiations despite U.S. claims. The dispute intensified after China returned Boeing planes in retaliation. Meanwhile, President Trump says he's open to talks but accused China of breaking deals and blamed it for fentanyl trafficking. Well, that's news to the hour on WESN. I'm Naomi Macnish. Thanks for watching.
WESN.
Hello, everybody. This is today's edition, this week's edition of the program 10 Questions. I'm Andy Johnson. Thanks for always being with us here on TV WESN. Let's get to the issue. Let me tell you some things. His leadership inspired millions and opened new paths for dialogue among people of diverse beliefs. He was not afraid to suggest the need for change. As we celebrate the life of Pope Francis, I join in the Catholic Church in prayer that the next Pope will be chosen, mindful of the world we now live in and the challenges that we face. That is somebody being reported on there. One of the world's best champions of humanity, freedom, and global unity. He was a transcendent voice for peace, human dignity, and social justice. And there's more, let me just come to this point. We have lost a true shepherd. He was a faithful disciple who kept the joy of the gospel alive in the hearts of the faithful. Those are some of the things that were said about the Pope. He died almost a week ago. To help us understand a little more and to talk about the person that he knew, because he met with him personally. He had a visit with the Pope, former president of Trinidad and Tobago, Anthony Thomas Aquinas Carmona. We're pleased and honored to have you here this morning, my friend.
It's my pleasure being here.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about the fact that he granted you a visit, you went, you all met, and talk about a little bit of what transpired as a result of that.
Yeah, what happened is that Pope Francis was inaugurated on the 19th of March. I was inaugurated on the 18th of March. And I met Archbishop Girasoli, who was in fact the Apostolic Nuncio in Trinidad and Tobago. And he said, I know Pope Francis, and I think he would like to meet with you, And I said, so I would like to meet with him. And it happened that sometime in July of 2013, I was informed that the Pope was prepared, Pope Francis, to see me. I found it rather strange because he was on his vacation at that time. And the Pope doesn't see anyone during his vacation time generally. So, of course, my wife and I and my two children and a small delegation, we went to Rome and we met the Pope. I mean, it was something that was really phenomenal because, of course, you're walking up red carpets, you have soldiers dressed in uniform from the 15th, 16th century, and there was an effusive kindness that I confronted. The cardinals, the monsignors who greeted us were so warm and gentle. And they eased our sense of anxiety because, of course, meeting the Pope, the father of my church, because this is the kind of a dilemma I was in. I was meeting, in fact, him in his capacity as a head of state. But this man was also the father, the guiding light on earth of my religion. And I'm a Roman Catholic, a very strong practicing Roman Catholic. And we went there for 15 minutes, and it lasted almost an hour. And we had conversations on family, education, the need to engage in inclusive policies to help the needy and the marginalized, because he and I were both ad idem on that, that I come from the country, as you know, down in Faizabad, from the bush, And we have always lived by a mantra which in fact I even coined, always treat people like people. This is what I've always done my entire life. And I found an immediate collaborative warmth with him because he was on the same head, if I may so describe it, the same focus, treating people like people.
Yeah. Interesting what I find about how he has been described and how he's lived, given what we have come to know. But he's Argentinian. His parents came from Italy to Argentina and so on. And one of the books from Naipaul that portrays Argentina and Argentine lifestyle, it left little to be proud about what you read about. Well, Naipaul's description of people of Argentina.
But I think it was really remarkable that out of Argentina, someone like Pope Francis emerged, because of course we know historically that most of the Nazi Germans went down to Argentina.
Yeah, that's my point.
Yeah. And therefore you would have expected a particular social ethos operating. But he was different, and what was amazing about him was his sense of humanity, because when in fact he became Pope, he moved out of the papal palace. He went into a small apartment. He said, I don't want to drive in that big fancy car, and he drove in a small Fiat. And when, of course, in fact, Europe was hit by that massive migration from North Africa, there was a sense of institutional empathy coming from him in the context of seeing about migrants, seeing about the homeless. And he and I spoke about it, and I told him basically, that I say, Holy Father, I have to commend you for engaging the poor, the marginalized, having lunch with them, having dinner with them. I said, but I think, in fact, you haven't gone far enough. He said, how do you mean? I said, the Bible is something that teaches a greater type of dispensation. That, in fact, when we are engaging the tenets of our humanity, and we wish to bring people to the table of humanity, we must engage everyone, so that the poor man must sit with the rich man. The man who is sick must sit with the man, in fact, who is well. The man who is dying must sit with the man who is living. The man who is blind must sit with the man who can see. The man, in fact, who has one leg must sit with the man who has legs. I said, it is through that level of interlocking dispensation that we are able to preach and understand our humanity to each other.
Yeah, you say he moved out.
And you know what was amazing about him? When I told him about that, he said, President, he said, you taught me something here today. And we both laughed about it. But what, in my view, was demonstrated was his sense of humility. That he was prepared to listen, he was prepared to learn, and he was prepared to consider another view in the context of arriving at his imperative. That was, in fact, to ensure a sustainable quality of peace, to ensure that we treat each other in a manner that God wants us. One of his major modalities was mercy and forgiveness. And that was the important thing that inspired me a lot.
This is the Archbishop of Port of Spain, who would be his person in the country, Charles Jason Gordon. We have lost a true shepherd. He was a faithful disciple who kept the joy of the gospel alive in the hearts of the faithful, even as he called us to a deeper love.
Yeah. Well, remember, in fact, he chose the name Franciscus, which is Latin for Francis, right. Francis. And he took it from the Francis of Assisi. Francis of Assisi was, in fact, a very rich individual. And he got a visitation from God. And he gave up all his earthly wealth to live with the poor. But more importantly, also, to spread the gospel of protecting nature. And that is why he's considered to be, in fact, the patron saint of the poor and nature. And this is why, in fact, as much as, in fact, Archbishop Jason Griffith spoke about him in that light, I could tell you, in fact, he saw a greater dispensation in the form of protecting Mother Earth. That is why he was referred to as the climate pope. He, in fact, believed that there was a growing environmental impunity that needed to be arrested. So he brought in the past, he brought in the oil barons, the companies, all with a view to arresting this environmental degradation that was taking place. And in a way, again, we are ad idem, because for the last 10 years, I have, in fact, been advocating for the establishment of an international environmental court.
Yeah.
Because I feel, for example...
But there used to be talk about that some years ago, but that's been gone silent, an environmental court.
Well, it hasn't gone silent in Europe, because I can tell you, I have been talking about it for the last 10 years, and only 6 weeks ago, Newsweek International contacted me to write an article on it I did. And then, in fact, the New Scientist, another international magazine, contacted me to write an article of it because it represents a balm, a saving entity to the encroaching climate change derivatives, if I may so describe it, because the Pope was about climate justice and climate change and climate action. You know.
As somebody is saying here in the reporting on the day after he died, I will remember him for his dedication to global peace and his willingness to identify with the plight of marginalized people, such as the Palestinians, because I didn't know that before. I don't think that was known before he died, that he had been decidedly on the side of the Palestinians.
Well, I think, you know, he called to task, you know, the need for us to become international citizens. You know, and I think, in fact, what would have, in fact, really caused him to be sensitive, because he came out of that group of saints, of priests, rather, in South America, that engaged in religious militancy. You will recall, for example, that a lot of priests in South America died because they were upholding human rights. They were shot to death in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s. Crowning, of course, with the execution of Archbishop Romero on the altar in El Salvador when he was saying Mass. Yeah. So it's a case of religious engineering that propelled, in my view, his level of consciousness towards those who have been advantaged, those who have been wronged, those who are suffering injustice and persecution. So I was not in the least surprised when, in fact, you know, he dealt with Gaza, he dealt with situations in Africa, you know, the migrants, the millions of migrants, the refugees that are found in all the refugee camps throughout the world, you know, and he was following Christ's directive that, you know, you might be a prostitute, you might be a tax collector, you might in fact be an evil man. I will talk to you, because when I talk to you, I can transform you. And this is what was an imperative that he was very much inclined towards, you know.
Yeah, as you talk about that his approach to how we deal with different streams of people, if you like, different choices that people make, different persuasions. The issue of how he, it seems from the reporting that he had a hand for, and he had a sentiment for supporting people who are described as LGBTQI and so on, and the question of how he dealt with marriages and divorce, or how the church deals with it.
The thing is, in fact, he saw LGBT and the marriages, divorces, as just another set of individuals who fall within the rubric of those who society scorned centuries ago. They scorned the prostitute, they scorned the tax collector, yet he went into their houses, he spoke to them. Because he was about embracing every individual as a child of God. And that, to my mind, was so important. Because, you know, I remember one thing, you know, when we went to see him at his official office, I remember I had carried my 10-year-old daughter, who was dressed in her uniform, St. Monica's, and my son, Christian, who was dressed in the St. Mary's uniform. And he immediately took to them. He was very engaging, you know, he was inspiring to them, you know. And apart from that, you know, he was prepared to embrace us, because we were from the global south, a small island developing state. We came in there with a pan. We came in there with, in fact, a stand, you know. We came in there with a little box with cocoa, and he listened. You know, when, for example, you know, in terms of the pan, you know, when I was going, I told people, I said, listen, I want 4 sticks. They said, what do you want 4 sticks for? I said, no, 2 for me and 2 for the Pope. They said, but you could give him yours. I said, no, he needs to have his own. And that's what happened. And while, in fact, I did a little ramage, he was feeling it. I showed him how to hold the pan and everything.
So
you
he tried to play somewhere.
Yeah, and he played. And he was he was almost childish. He was ebullient. He was gleeful. He was just, you know, so effusive about playing the pan. And you know that image of the Pope playing the pan? was seen by millions of Catholics throughout the world, because it was in the Sunday Catholic news in Africa, in Asia, in Europe, in Latin America. And somehow we didn't jump on it. For example, my wife, her family has an estate in Blanchisseuse. She got cocoa, they plant cocoa.
Yeah.
And she made sure she cured the cocoa, the beans. And there's a guy in Faizabad, in a place called Small Trace, a fellow called Raj, makes the best cocoa block in the country, as far as I'm concerned. Made it, and she carried it to him and explained to him basically how you go about making cocoa tea, how it causes you to sleep well. And he was just over the moon about it, in terms of. And I'm saying, for example, here is a man who knows nothing about our culture, nothing about our cocoa and our steel band. A complete stranger to it all. Because I did tell him that our cocoa is the best in the world, by the way. And yet, in fact, he was able to embrace that immediately. And I often wonder why in Trinidad and Tobago, we do not make use of the natural positives that we have internationally,
What do you think will happen in his wake? Well, I mean, in wake, coming after to him, with how the I'm going to say I went to say the church, but the papacy.
Well, I hope, in fact, for example, that when they meet in the conclave, they continue to look for someone who has a sense of what is required globally. We want a messenger of peace. We want someone who would, in fact, engage philosophies that will encourage leaders to infuse in their society a culture of sustainable peace. In that regard, I can tell you with the conclave, it is a remarkable scenario how they go about choosing the Pope. Because when we were there, Pope Francis gave orders for us to go into the conclave, the room.
Yeah,
nobody goes there.
Decided.
Nobody ever is allowed to go there. And we were allowed to go two places, there and the seat of St. Peter. The public is never invited. World leaders don't even get a chance to go
Before
there.
you go further, how does it feel to be walking on hallowed ground, so to speak?
Well, it was like walking on clouds. There was a spiritual force in that building that was simply phenomenal. It's not easy to be in the presence of sheer goodness. It's intimidating. And one fellow, for example, basically, I always tell people that don't like goodness is the devil. Because, Andy, something happened there that I just found remarkable. While we were there, a big, massive black cloud came over the Vatican. And I remember when, in fact, at the seat of St. Peter, which is real sacred ground, nobody goes there. Nobody's allowed there. And I kneeled to say a prayer. Suddenly there was a massive explosion. We thought it was a bomb. The black cloud exploded, rain, fall, It was like if, in fact, there was like if the dark one, the devil, as I say, was upset that people were meeting to discuss good things, great things, positive things. And when I asked, in fact, the average Roman, Italian, who were in the hotels, the managers who did 20, 30 years, they said they never saw anything like this. Never.
What about your experience with meeting him and with understanding him? I mean, you looked him in the eye as 99% of the people you
the thing is, what he had a purposeful sincerity about him. He meant what he said. He lived by what he said. And in that short space of time, in our discussions with family life, education, because I indicated to him how the Catholic Church has played a major role in education in Trinidad and Tobago and in the Caribbean region. And there was a sense of he being a type of moral compass, an international moral compass. Very affectionate, kind, decent, humble, soft, but firm. Very firm.
What are the? Well, I mean, there are many. Some of what you said during the course of the discussion thus far suggest that there are things that you have taken from him
Yes.
that form the rest of your life, for the rest of your life.
Well, in fact, it played a major role in the presidency because I found that the presidency was not inclusive enough, and I did an initiative where I had young children coming into my office to meet with heads of state that came to see me, and during the presentation of credentials by ambassadors and high commissioners. And one of the things I learned from him is that among those students who were between the ages of 14 to 18, I made sure that among them were the blind. There were blind students. There was a student who was autistic. There might have been a student, in fact, who was deaf. And I made sure, of course, when the person was there, I had someone to interpret what was being said. So, and that was my way of bringing people together around the table of humanity. I even went further. I remember coming across a young woman, a young girl who had just left St. Holy Name Convent in Couva, who in fact was blind and couldn't get a job. She did very well in her CAPE and CSEC exams. And I hired her as my transcriptionist. So when I was having meetings, she would in fact be there. A girl called Shamika Henry, brilliant child, but blind. But it was my way of showing her that I am not in the business of giving you a prop. You're competent, you're efficient, and I will employ you, notwithstanding your incapacity or your special needs.
Yeah. You know, the sense in which, at least in Trinidad and Tobago, there are people who have very negative views about Catholicism and the Catholic Church, other religions and so on. But here is the Caribbean Baptist Fellowship celebrating Francis's life. They're saying that through his ministry, he reminded the world about the power of love, mercy, and grace.
Yeah. Well, you see, the thing about it, when you look at all religions, there is in fact a commonality of philosophy and a commonality of spirit and direction. And what in fact Pope Francis was able to do was to hit the right chord in the context of the commonalities in terms of religion, in terms of, the moral bases of religion, the fact that things like transparency, integrity, service, he was the epitome of service. Because in fact he was very derisive of people's obsession with power. He always felt, for example, that service to mankind was the supreme vocation in anybody's life. And in that regard, in fact, I felt that is why, in fact, he was able to appeal to all nations. And it mattered not whether you were Muslim, Hindu, or whether you were in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, whether you were a guerrilla, whatever. The point is, in fact, he saw the humanity in you. He saw you as a child of God.
Yeah, and in a lot of cases from, following what I followed in the wake of his death, people from all persuasions, whether they're different in different ways, but they have something about him that is of essence. In some cases, you could see people deciding, well, because of him, I'm going to do this, and I'm not going to continue doing that kind of stuff.
Well, the thing about it, Andy, he was a beacon of hope for everyone, And I could tell you, in fact, that is why, even internationally, I have been doing a lot of work on the outside with international groups, NGOs. I'm the patron of some groups outside, as in Trinidad. One of the groups based in London, they are in the business of, I'm the patron there. We are dealing with the refugees coming out of the Ukraine war, refugees coming out from the Middle East, trying to assist, And I feel, for example, strongly that Pope Francis had a lot to do with encouraging NGOs all around the world to be a little more aggressive and militant in engaging human rights, in engaging, in fact, fundamental human rights, and ensuring that the rule of law is pivotal to any democracy, Because again, as I indicated to you earlier on, in fact, he was about service.
But he won't support the notion we have about fighting fire with fire.
No. And you see, and what in fact he tried to do was to change politicians. Because people will say, well, why is he bringing this politician to the Vatican? Why is he bringing that to the politician? Because he needed to emphasize to them that the politician is the servant of the people. And that the people, they are not the servants of the politicians. And that is what in fact is happening. And that is why, as I said before, I have been advocating for things like the International Day of Conscience, which in fact the General Assembly of the UN decided 6 years ago, celebrate every 5th of April.
You mean for us to observe it here?
Yes. And I was advocating with, in fact, FOPAL, the Federation of World Peace and Love, for the United Nations to declare the 12th of July as the International Day of Integrity and Transparency, which they have done. So we're celebrating that this year. And the International Day of Hope, and the International Day of Transparency and Integrity. That's the new initiative that we have to have them declare such a particular day, as that. Because we feel, for example, that infused conscience in governance, conscience-infused governance, rather, would lead to a better society, a better governance models, better governance modalities, where equity, fairness, justice, and equality of treatment, equality of opportunity would become the hallmark of the democracies that are being practiced throughout the world.
Yeah, and you are in a network with people of similar mind across the globe.
Because I just came back from Korea, where in fact I met with, it was a world summit of world leaders past and present. I was a featured speaker, and I raised with them pertinent issues in my address. I feel in terms of moving the letter, to a point where they can appreciate their greater responsibilities. My wife, for example, she was invited to address the first ladies of the world, past and present, as she was invited some years back to address the first ladies of Africa. And she spoke about the need for women to take charge. That when in fact their husbands are leaders, they are not there to fold their arms. They're there to say, listen, hubby, you're not doing right. You need to be fairer. You need to engage more just realities. And it was the same thing with my wife. When I was president, in fact, she walked hand in hand at my side. She was not an embellishment.
So you're not just resting on your laurels.
Yeah?
So you're not just resting on your laurels. No. There's work to do. There's a lot of work still to be done, and you continue.
I have been away for about 2 weeks because I went to Vienna 2 weeks ago, came back the Friday, flew out to Korea the Sunday. Because in Vienna, I was a featured speaker at the United Nations, an NGO meeting there, where we were pushing for transparency and integrity in governance, But, this is the thing.
That is not only an illness for us here, transparency and
well, the thing about it is that, what is amazing is that, in fact, I don't feel that the journalistic entities, most of them are as broad-minded as they should be, as independent as they should be, as liberal as they should be, and as truthful as they should be. Because, sometimes you hear things being said that ought to be challenged, and there's a deafening silence, And I don't know where, for example, in Trinidad, I think we have become, in the main, a very spineless people in the face of the truth. I don't know how we got there, because I believe in the rule of law. I believe in due process and the rules of natural justice. I believe in the independence of thinking, critical thinking.
Because probably too many of us have too much to protect.
Well, yeah.
Whatever it is.
Well, that is the problem, you know. But Pope Francis showed us that at the end of the day, we will all go to dust.
Yeah, and that's why we
and this is why,
as possible.
Yeah, and this is why he mentioned, for example, you know, you recall when he was in hospital, he wrote a homily where he indicated, in fact, that greater prayers are said in the hospital than in the churches. You know, that greater love expressed are when people are dying on their beds than when, in fact, on the outside.
All right, we have to go, but let me just ask for 1 minute, just to address the issue, what he says here about war. He says that, you know, well, from my reading of it, he didn't say it, that war sometimes is inevitable, but the fact is that it should be the only legitimate reason to engage in war is defense, self-defense, not revenge.
Yes, indeed. And that is why, in fact, that philosophy is one that I lived by, and that is why I have become a firm believer in restorative justice. Yeah. You know.
All right. I'm afraid we're going to have to leave it there. We'll schedule a part 2 to this because there's lots more to discuss. But
well, thank you very much for having me, Andy. You know, because Pope Francis was about love. Yeah. And I don't hear politicians talking about it enough. Love, mercy, and forgiveness.
Thank you very much to very hard-working ex-President Anthony Thomas Aquinas Carmona on the life and time of Pope Francis. That's our discussion. That's our program for this edition. Thank you for watching. We'll see you next time.
WESN.
I am Dr. Delphina Ovid, your friendly neighborhood dentist. At Community Hospital Dental Clinic, we offer examinations which include x-rays, basic oral cancer screening, and a treatment plan. We also offer cleanings, fillings, extractions, root canal treatment, and complete and partial dentures. Remember, you don't have to brush and floss all your teeth, just the ones you want to keep.
Give us a call at 235-5